Maybe you think I'm being premature, but in this moment, can I suggest we also dare to hope for a spirit of celebration to emerge sometime later this year? To use a wartime analogy, as I've done previously, we might not have our VE Day yet, but we can rejoice in the overwhelming success of D-Day. Now, as in 1944, the British people need some good news. We all need to believe that one day soon, the war on COVID will be over. In the book of Hosea, we read this: I will deliver this people from the power of the grave. I will redeem them from death. Where, O death, are your plagues? Where, O grave, is your destruction? As ever, if you're not a person of faith, please use these brief moments to think and reflect on these things in your own way. Let's pray. Our Father, we thank you that the tide is beginning to turn against COVID-19. May this bold promise of hope that the prophet Hosea speaks of be fulfilled in our time. We thank you for those who have been stewarding vaccination centre car parks, checking people in, administering injections and wiping down chairs afterwards. As the herd immunity slowly builds in our community, we pray that the long-awaited recovery phase can begin. But in this, help us to remember that there was great celebration at the end of the Second World War. And this came first, before the long process began of rebuilding our damaged cities and rebuilding our traumatized community. Help us to begin to think about marking the moment when the all clear is finally sounded. And help us to plan to create spaces together to allow people to do what they need to do first: celebrate and rejoice. Under John's wisdom and impartial chairing, please direct and guide this council to take their part in this great united effort to pull together for the common good, choosing to lay aside both personal preference and party politics wherever a spirit of oneness would be preferable for everyone's sake. We thank you for hearing our prayers, feeding us with your word, and encouraging us in our meeting together. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Mark, thank you very much indeed for that. Mark, we chatted briefly yesterday, and I know you have to leave the meeting shortly, but you advised me yesterday that your mum had sadly passed away. I'm confident that the members and staff of Teignbridge District Council will join me in offering our sincere condolences to you and your family at this difficult time.
Bless you, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we are live streaming now, so.
Thank you much, Lee, for that. So, Beth, could you do a roll call, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
Present.
Councillor Bullivant.
Present.
Councillor Clarence.
Present.
Councillor Colclough.
Present.
Councillor Connett.
Present.
Councillor David Cox.
Present.
Councillor Hugh Cox.
Present.
Councillor Dawes.
I'm here.
Councillor Dewhurst.
Present.
Councillor Eden.
She's logging in.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Present.
Councillor Foden.
Present.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
Present.
Councillor Gribble. Councillor Haynes.
Present.
Councillor Hayes.
Present.
Councillor Hocking. Councillor Gordon Hook.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
Present.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Present.
Councillor Jeffries.
Present.
Councillor Jenks.
Present.
Councillor Keeling.
Present.
Councillor Kerswell.
Present.
Councillor McGregor.
Present.
Councillor Morgan.
Present.
Councillor Malone.
Present.
Councillor Nutley.
Present.
Councillor Nuttall.
Present.
Councillor Orme.
Present.
Councillor Parker Khan.
Present.
Councillor Patch.
Present.
Councillor Peart.
Present.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
Present.
Councillor Purser.
Present.
Councillor Rollison.
Present.
Councillor Russell, Councillor Swain,
Present.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Thorne,
Present.
Councillor Toom,
Present.
Councillor Wrigley,
Present.
Councillor Parker,
Present.
Councillor John Petherick.
Present.
Chairman, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm George Gribble and I'm present.
Thank you.
Alice Eden too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Meeting protocols, just a few points to mention. Would you please ensure your microphone is on mute when you are not speaking? If you wish to address the council, please raise your electronic hand. They will appear on my screen in the sequence that they are raised, and I will go through them in the correct order. Please keep your camera on during the actual meeting. Should a comfort break be required, members are asked to switch both camera and microphone off for the break period. The agenda is quite a lengthy agenda today, and I would anticipate that we're going to have a comfort break probably in about 1.5 hours' time. Apologies for absence, please.
Councillor Sheila Cook and Councillor Phipps.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 2, the minutes of the full council on the 14th of January. Would somebody like to propose that we can accept those minutes, please?
Proposed, Chairman.
Thank you. And a seconder, please.
Happy to second it, Chair.
Okay, so proposed and seconded. So could we go to the vote on that, please? A roll call, please, Beth.
Councillor Bradford,
Abstain.
Councillor Bullivant,
For.
Councillor Clarence,
For.
Councillor Colclough,
For.
Councillor Connett,
For.
Councillor David Cox,
For.
Councillor Hugh Cox,
For.
Councillor Dawes,
Abstain.
Councillor Dewhurst,
For.
Councillor Eden,
For.
Councillor Evans,
For.
Councillor Foden,
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury,
For.
Councillor Gribble,
For.
Councillor Haynes,
For.
Councillor Hayes,
For.
Councillor Hocking,
For.
Councillor Gordon Hook,
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook,
For.
Councillor Jeffrey,
For.
Councillor Jeffries,
For.
Councillor Jenks,
For.
Councillor Keeling,
For.
Councillor Carswell,
For.
Councillor McGregor,
For.
Councillor Morgan,
For.
Councillor Malone,
Sorry, for.
Councillor Nutley,
For.
Councillor Nuttall,
For.
Councillor Orme,
For.
Councillor Parker Khan,
For.
Councillor Patch,
Abstain.
Councillor Peart,
For.
Councillor Linda Petherick,
For.
Councillor Purser,
For.
Councillor Rollison,
For.
Councillor Swain,
For.
Councillor Toom,
For.
sorry, Councillor Thorne,
For.
Councillor Wrigley,
For.
Councillor Parker,
For.
Councillor John Petherick.
4.
Chairman, they didn't call my name, Sylvia Russell. Thank you.
And are you for?
I'm
Thank you. Thank you.
That's carried, Chair, but I just wanted to check because Councillor Gary Taylor's joined us, so I understand. Were you voting on this one, Councillor Taylor? Okay, it's carried anyway, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you. Announcements. Teambridge, I'm very proud and privileged to announce that Teambridge Council have made a successful bid application to the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy for local authority delivery of green home grants. We have been awarded £147,500 to provide 100 air source heat pumps to householders in Teignbridge, targeting fuel poor homes. This funding will help 100 households improve their heating systems, help save money on energy bills, reduce fuel poverty and reduce carbon emissions. I think you'd agree this is a giant leap forward for this council. Additionally, I've chosen to revise the agenda. I did send an email out on Friday, which I'll read to you now. I've decided to move agenda item 15, which is the Constitution Working Group update, and agenda item 16, which is notices and motions, up the agenda as the issues these items raise go to the core of constitutional issues and good governance. They will be taken after agenda item 7, which is the final financial plan proposals. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay.
Chairman, I've raised my hand.
Oh, I do apologise. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, can I declare an interest in item 14? I've been a friend and colleague of Sheila Cook's for 34 years in King's Kersal, frequently visited her house until obviously recent situation. And I feel that I should have a personal interest, so I shall not speak or vote on that item.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. That's understandable. Councillor Dewhurst? You're muted.
I am. Yeah.
Thank you. You're not now.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I also am a personal friend of Councillor Sheila Cook, although I've not known her for nearly as long as Councillor Haynes, and I also won't be voting or speaking.
Understand. Thank you for that. Item 6 on the agenda, sorry, item 5 on the agenda, apologies, is public questions. I understand that we have 2 members of the public that were in the waiting room, and I guess they're now actually in the meeting.
Chair, yes, Mr. Ray and Mr. Dudley Swain have been admitted to the meeting now, so they're here.
Okay, well, thank you. Copies of these questions, together with the answers from the officers or members, have been circulated today. So the first question, the first member of the public, Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Splendid, okay. So your question 1 has been responded by the Executive Member for Planning. You've received that response, presumably?
No.
I sent it out this morning about 7:30 on an email.
Right, I missed.
Okay. Okay. The best thing then for is for us to read the question and the response out, Chair. Are you able to do that? Have you got that in front of you?
Yes, I have. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ray. So your first question was, I would like to ask a question regarding planning enforcement, or more to the point, lack of enforcement. It appears at the moment that abuse of the planning regulations and operating without planning permission is being overlooked or given a very low priority. Some cases involve major issues such as road safety, pollution, flooding, the environment, etc., and are not being looked at for months and in some cases years. As this is a dangerous situation to be in, could you please give me some idea what time schedule the public can expect from reporting an incident to action being taken by the enforcement officer? I fully understand that COVID makes some jobs very difficult to carry out, but in this instance, when most cases are outside, a site visit can be carried out with social distancing and in safety. The member for executive, the executive member for planning has responded. I have your response here, Councillor Taylor. Would you like to respond, or shall I read your response out?
Thank you. Yes, we have referred the public question to in our response the applicant to details on our website, but in answer to the question also I can add that what it says on our website is that we investigate all reasonable complaints, prioritising them accordingly to their urgency and the potential harm. Depending on priority, you may not receive an update for several weeks. And of course, that's the situation now we have with COVID. We will act proportionately, taking enforcement action where appropriate to remedy harm and where it is in the wider public interest. So I would refer the member of public to the question, to the answer that I gave, and he can follow the information through on the website, looking in particular at planning enforcement policy and planning enforcement process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So, Mr. Ray, you've had a response to that question. Would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, I would. It's that could the council assure me that the use of certificates of lawfulness will not be used to reduce the workload of the planning department, and that if they are used, a full investigation will be made as to the validity of the applicant's claims, and if they're found to be untruthful, the certificate will be denied and a planning application will have to be made through the normal channels.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Councillor Taylor, would you like to respond now? Or
yes, happy to respond to that,
okay.
Chair. So we've moved from enforcement onto planning matters, and certificates of lawfulness are an open process that people can comment on through the planning process. So I can assure the member of public that yes, the full application will be looked at and will be able to be commented upon and will be acted on an officer accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taylor. So, Mr. Ray, your second question is, I see on the Teignmouth District Council website that the TDC constitution has been revised. Could you tell me why this was done and what consultation was carried out before the implementation? I mean, I have responded to that, Mr. Ray, but you say you haven't received the response. So I'll read it out to you now. This was done in accordance with the resolution of full council September 2019, and it includes a computer link, which I'm not going to read to you now, but you will see it when you get the email. The report, together with the recommendations, was published on the council website 5 working days before that meeting, in line with legislation, to allow the public and members to speak. To allow the public and members to read the documents and to submit questions. None were received on this report. So that's my response to your question too. Do you have a supplementary question? which must arise from the original question, sir?
Yes, well, I did have it, but you've actually answered that question. I was going to ask if it had gone before a full council meeting. Yes. And you've answered that it has. So okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ray. Thank you for attending. We have another 2 questions from members of the public. When we finish the questions from the members of the public, you will be asked to leave the meeting, but if you wish to continue watching the meeting, you can watch it live on YouTube, sir. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the next question is from Mr. Baker. I understand that Mr. Baker is not present.
Not present, Chair.
Sorry, not present?
Not present, no.
So the questions have been circulated, so hopefully Mr. Baker has received a response as well. So we don't need to discuss that one any further, do we? So the third member of the public, Mr. Swain. Mr. Swain, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Splendid. Good morning to you. Have you've asked 3 questions? Yes, and
yes.
You've received responses this morning?
No, but I happen to have looked at the agenda and I can see the attachment, so I've got the answers. Oh, you've got the answers. Okay, sir. So the first question, you've had a response from the Executive Member for Corporate Services. Would you like to ask a supplementary which arises from the original question? Yes, please.
Carry on.
The parish, it says here, the parish has the opportunity to replace the staff. Of course, it's not the staff that they replace the officers. But I'm led to believe that the replacement process is going to be the May 2023's elections. This means that the parish council cannot now close the accounts at the end of the year, and therefore an audit can't take place. This means that any financial or procedural irregularities will not be managed. Since this is public money, is Teambridge content with this situation?
Member for Corporate Services, are you able to answer that question, or would you like to provide a written response?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be correct, I'll give a written response to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Swain, your second question, you received a response from the Executive Member for Corporate Services. Would you like to ask a supplementary question which arises from your first question?
No, the answer you have given is what I would call unsatisfactory, but I understand it's the answer.
Splendid, thank you for that. And then question 3, you received a response from the leader. Would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
I see that the notice of motion will be debated later in the meeting. My question hinges around precisely this, because is the debate going to be sound in the absence of comment from TALC, particularly since TALC is endorsed and supported as the liaison organisation between all parish and town councils and Teambridge?
Well, I can partially respond to that one because it's not necessarily going to be debated. The mover of the notice of motion can present it to the council, and the council will decide whether we debate it or not. And to debate it, 2/3 of the council have to be in agreement. But I'm going to ask the leader to step in because you asked, there were 2 parts to your question.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm grateful to Mr. Swain for his question. Of course, motions are presented to council in the terms that the mover of it, in this case a councillor, sets out. The council is not responsible for whatever consultations a council will make in preparing their motion. In this case, you're quite right, Chairman. It would have been more correct if I had said in the reply the notice of motion will be considered later in the meeting. The routine for the council is normally to refer a motion for further consideration. It may or may not be debated later in the meeting. I'm grateful to you for that clarification. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swain.
If I may just comment, it is quite important that TALC takes a role, particularly in these difficult times.
Mr. Swain, thank you very much indeed for your input. Thank you. So if you could now remove yourself from the meeting, please, sir, and then you can watch us live on YouTube.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, everybody.
That's a pleasure. Are you able to confirm, Sarah, that both Mr. Swain and Mr. Ray have removed themselves now from the meeting?
Yes, they have, and officers will put them back in the waiting room. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So moving on now to members' questions, councillors' questions. The first question was from Councillor Patch. This was regarding his point of order, and I've responded to that, but you've received a response today, presumably, Councillor Patch.
I have received that response. Thank you, Chair. I note with interest you say it's regarding my point of order. I was not actually allowed to raise a point of order at the last meeting.
So do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Patch?
I do not. It's not a matter that I want to take forward at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you. Councillor Dawes has asked 2 questions. Oh, 3 questions, sorry, Councillor Dawes. So the first question is regarding land at Decoy, and you received a response from the Executive Member for Planning. Would you like to ask a supplementary?
Yes, I would, thank you. Thanks for the answer, and thanks for confirming that the council paid over twice the market rate for land that would be allocated into the local plan. The question is, are TDC happy for the residents to make up their own minds why the council was spending taxpayer funds on land that would be allocated into the local plan without any justification to do so?
Councillor Taylor, would you like to actually respond now or provide a written response?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd be happy to respond. I think Councillor Dawes hasn't read the answer correctly. Certainly, the land was slightly above the going rates for agricultural land at the time, but I think Councillor Dawes is failing to take into account the position of the land in relation to the town centre, and also hope value that might be attached to such land. As it happens, the price paid represented a fair market value for the land based on objective valuation. It was somewhere in the region of £10,000. It was £10,000 an acre that was paid, which was a sum that that land values did achieve in December 2014. Since then, of course, land values have dropped for agricultural land. However, Tunbridge have sold the land back to the original seller at a higher rate than was paid for back in 2010. But in the meantime, having secured it for either employment land or for other land that may be required. I think at one stage we were looking perhaps to consider the land for a use for a school. It's now most likely to return to employment purposes, but also partly for use for the link road, which is a subject I know close to Councillor Dawes' heart. In terms of whether the public should decide whether it's a fair price or not, I think actually what Councillor Dawes is putting forward is a reasonable question, I guess. But at the end of the day, the price paid is what was considered a fair market value at the time, and certainly any website on land values would show that it was reasonable.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So Councillor Dawes' second question was regarding Langford Bridge, and you've had a response from the leader. Would you like to ask a supplementary, Councillor Dawes?
The second question was about ghost objectors. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. So that was the actual title of the question.
Okay.
I'm pleased with the answer that it's become a matter of public record that the council is withholding the identities of the objectors. I'm sure lots of councillors are wondering why I'm persisting with this point, and I'm certain that a small number of people know very well why we're persisting with this. And if the council refuses to continue to, if it continues to withhold the identities, we'll have to take other routes to find that information. It is something that any objector would have as a matter of public record on the website. So it is totally unreasonable for the council to do so. But thank you for making that a matter of public record.
Sorry, so would the leader like to respond?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at the Tunbridge website now with regard to the page which says speaking at planning committee. What do I do if I wish to speak at planning committee? And here are the words. If you wish to speak at a planning committee, please email an email address by 12 noon, 2 working days before the meeting, giving your full name, email address, mobile phone number, and quoting the planning reference. If more than one person requests to speak, your email address will be sent to all those who wish to speak for you to arrange a spokesperson between yourselves. So, Chairman, I think reading Councillor Dawes' question, there may be a misapplication in that he says objectors are told that their details will be a matter of public record. Of course, people who object to a planning application are one thing, people who wish to speak at a planning committee meeting are another. We have asked Councillor Dawes, because he's previously said he's taken legal advice or has advice from others which says the council's wrong, and we've said if you wish to share that with us, the council will reevaluate the decision that's been made. As far as I understand, that advice has never been shared with us. So I say to Mr. Dawes, Councillor Dawes, my apologies, I say to Councillor Dawes, if you have that advice and you would like to share it, please do. If you want to pursue the matter outside of the council because you think we're wrong, then you must do that. But we set up our understanding as we believe the law applies. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Dawes, your third question started the Planning Advisory Service investigation into Langford Bridge. Do you have a supplementary? The executive member of planning has responded.
Yes, I do have a supplementary. In terms of the steps that have been taken in the interest of transparency that I'm led to believe this council holds dear to its heart, can you explain to the members of the public and the residents what steps have been taken, and can TDC explain how it has addressed the serious concerns that we raised, as the Planning Advisory Service report suggested it should do, 5 of which they didn't address? The council needed to reassure itself that they have been dealt with. We as members are not reassured. I don't think that the residents will be reassured either. You can hide behind this report and you can say it's long since been dealt with, but I assure you this is something that will not be forgotten. So I'm afraid the council needs to do a little bit better on transparency.
Thank you, Councillor Dawes. So Councillor Taylor, would you like to respond now or in writing?
Happy to respond now, Chair. Thank you very much. Yes, again, Councillor Dawes, he frames his questions in a way that that demands a response. Quite frankly, there is in his question he talks of failings. There aren't failings, but there are certainly have been recommendations by the Planning Advisory Service which could lead to improvements, and those improvements will be sought at through the planning committee shortly. Certainly, as a public speaker myself in the past, I have had some frustrations with regard to where a number of speakers wish to attend. If you're the first person to phone and say I want to make speak at a planning committee, then you may not be told at that time that if other speakers are right in, then your details may be passed on. So what tends to happen is that it's only when the second or third person calls, then they may be told that their details may be shared, but I'm not so sure that that the details are passed on for the first speaker. So I think there are some improvements that can be made. These have certainly been looked at by the Planning Advisory Service, and I look forward to any changes that we feel that we can make to the process during when the matter comes before the planning committees. But in terms of the Planning Advisory Service report, it was, as I said at the previous council meeting, I believe it was a fair report. There were certainly some areas where the Planning Advisory Service didn't feel that they could take the matter forward. But in terms of this matter, in terms of public speaking at planning applications, I believe there are some improvements that perhaps could be made, and look forward to those working out through due process. Thank you, Chair.
Right, if you could tell the rest.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So now item 7 on the agenda is the financial plan proposals 2021 to 2022 to 2023 to 24. I'm going to ask now the Executive Member for Corporate Services to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, can I first pay tribute to our staff who have contributed to the savings made, especially our Chief Financial Officer, Martin Flintcroft, and his team. Colleagues, we're here to consider a recommendation from the Executive in relation to the final financial plan proposals 2021 to 23-24. I therefore propose that A, that the Teignbridge Band D council tax for 2021-2022 is increased by 2.85% or £5 to £180.17 per annum. B, The general reserves are increased to 13% of the net revenue budget for 2021-2022, or just under £2 million. C, that 100,000 of the general reserve balance in any 1 year continues to be available to the executive to meet unexpected expenditure in addition to the agreed revenue budget. D, all other decisions with regard to budgetary changes will be approved by reference to environment rules in the financial instructions. E, that the summary revenue budget for 2021-22 is £15.3 million as shown in Appendix 4. In particular, the revenue budget includes assumption of a 1.5 pay increase, 1st of April 2021. Revenue contributions to fund capital are suspended in the medium term to protect the revenue budget. Rural aid is suspended 2021 and 2021-22. The council's community grant is maintained at £1,000 each. F, that fees and charges are approved as shown, summarised in Appendix 6. This includes an increase in parking income of 94,000 from last year's base budget. G, that the capital programme is shown in Appendix 7 is approved. In particular, this includes increasing jobs and homes through continuing support for housing while backing business and encouraging community-led planning. Work has begun on the Teambridge 100 affordable housing projects at 2 sites in Newton Abbot. A rented programme across urban and rural sites will be delivered over the next 3 years. Increased investment for climate change projects, including grant bids for low carbon heating and energy systems improvements at leisure sites, and further provision for the Carbon Action Plan. Infrastructure delivery plan investment contributing to improved education, transport links, sports and open spaces. Regeneration investment includes 2 hotels in Teignmouth and Newton Abbot, funded mainly from prudent borrowing. The council recently received and in principle funding offer from the government's Future High Streets Fund for a grant of 9.2 million aimed at improving town centres. This will have a positive impact on Newton Abbot and the wider Teambridge economy. Co-funding includes SIL and grants from other sources and prudent borrowing. This is also a provision for employment sites invested to be funded through the prudent borrowing again. The Future High Street and employment sites projects are indicative at this stage. Business cases will be brought to members for consideration once they have been finalised. That the prudent indicators are noted and the prudent limits approved, all set out in Appendix 10. I, that the updated Treasury Management Strategy statement and authorised lending list as set out in Appendix 11 is approved together with the capital strategy in Appendix 11. J, that each scheme will be considered on its merits as explained at the end of the Appendix 11 to decide the calculation of minimum revenue provision for capital expenditure in 2021-22. K, that the Treasury Management mid-year review of 2020-2021 are taken to the Executive on the 11th of February and shown in Appendix 12 is noted. L, that the council tax resolutions as recommended in Appendix 15 are approved. And colleagues, in addition, we are recommending that we do not proceed with this year's cost of living increase for members' allowance. So, with your agreement, they will be frozen until April 2022. Colleagues, this is a budget to promote social and economic recovery and balance the books. On the 4th of February, we received a final settlement from government and there are no material changes between the provisional settlement I shared with you on the 14th of January at full council and the final settlement. The new homes bonus. A new round of allocations were announced in the settlement year 11. These allocations are one-off and will not affect future legacy payments. In fact, the written statement underlines that this will be the final set of allocations under this current approach. Ministers are keen to replace the new homes bonus and plan to consult shortly on its future. There was also no guarantees given that the local government funding reform. We are still expecting the reforms to be implemented in 2022-23, but the government's written statement only commits to revisit the priorities for finance reform in time for the next spring spending review. Ministers will also be taking into account the wider work on the future of business rates. Final budget proposals are to date from the latest lockdown. No significant changes apart from the budget gap widening next year to 1.2 million. So moving forward, we expect next year will be balanced by earmarked reserves, a budget gap of 1.2 million in 22 to 23 and 2.6 million in 23 to 24. So over the 3 years, we have a budget gap of £3.8 million. Capital programme is unchanged, but slightly rescheduling changes of dates. We will also consider whether we can reinstate the 0.5 million revenue contribution from the reserves to capital, and we will keep this as an option. We now have the data back from our survey on the budget, and we have resounding support for the key areas. 2/3 of those respondents agreed to increase council tax, backing business and improving town centres. 71% agreed that we should invest in our infrastructure. 61% agreed to our proposals to support housing, and approximately 2/3 agreed to our carbon management plans. In terms of looking at our future budgets, we have also had the following responses. 70% of respondents agreed to identifying and generating more income to reinvest in our council services. 45% of respondents want us to look at making more savings. Colleagues, our budget aims to reduce the impact we have made on climate change and revitalise the areas which have been hit the hardest by COVID. We are making some small increases to fees like car parking and by increasing the Band D council tax by £5 a year, whilst we only receive 9p in the pound of this money. Colleagues, our judicial savings from previous years have meant that we've been able to minimise the impact of COVID and the reduction in our grants and income on our residents, whilst making good our commitment to jobs, homes and environment. We need to make sure that we are securing the best value for money, making the right decisions and prioritising the right things for the majority of our residents, and especially for those most vulnerable communities. This, I believe, we have done. Mr. Chairman, this administration, through challenging times, has produced a budget for the residents of Teignbridge, bringing forward our three main priorities: jobs, 2 million for employment sites, and investment in Newton Abbott's High Street, creating local jobs. Housing, Teignbridge first 100 houses being built now and creating local jobs. Environment, our commitment to the climate emergency, employing a climate change officer, and our Green Leaf capital investments. Colleagues, working together across all political groups, we can and will take Teignbridge into a green recovery and a sustainable place to work and live. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Keeling. You've actually proposed that the final financial plan. Could I ask for a seconder, please?
Certainly, Chairman. I second and will reserve my right to speak later. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed.
just to confirm, that's as per the report, plus the additional recommendation regarding the freezing of members' allowances.
That's correct, Chairman.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just wanted to be clear so the rest of the members know. Thank you.
Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just wanted to comment briefly on the extra provision which has been put in by the leader, which I'd understood was going to be put as amendment, but it appears to be that's just going to be included in a substantive vote for the budget regarding the freezing of members' allowances. I'd like to make a comment that those councillors who are not receiving extra allowances for positions on the executive or as leader, as committee chairs or vice chairs, do not receive a particularly sort of large allowance for the time that they put into their councillor duties. And just want to put this in the context of what's happened over the last year in terms of the executive creating extra positions that attract substantial allowances, an extra chair for an extra ONS committee for a Lib Dem member, a vice chair position which is attracts extra allowances, I believe, the creation of a without portfolio executive position for a Conservative member. These all add substantially to the budgetary costs for members' allowances. And it just strikes me as this putting on this freezing of members' allowances is sort of, it gives the appearance of gesture politics in the run up to the election. And in the context of the reasonably sort of small allowances that members not with extra allowances get, then I wonder if a more appropriate gesture might be for the leader to maybe freeze his, for the executive members to freeze their allowances, or perhaps chairs all of those receiving extra allowances, and not to freeze the allowances of those members who do not receive these extra allowances at the same time. I mean, perhaps the leader can give us an indication of what is the extra allowance that he receives. So I would imagine not freezing that would not have such an impact as not freezing ordinary members with no extra responsibilities allowances.
Chairman, I'm quite happy to clarify. All members' allowances, special responsibility and basic, would be frozen, so everyone would be affected. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Colclough.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I go along with the budget and I understand times are hard, but I can't forego this opportunity to express my disappointment and concern that rural aid has been suspended again for another year. I think this is a penalisation on rural areas who depend very much on a very small amount from Teambridge's budget, which does such good work in rural areas. And it's a disappointment that this has had to be foregone again. I'm just hoping that next year this will be brought back and looked at more favourably, and the system might come into being again for rural areas which depend so much on such a small amount from Teambridge's budget, which does such good work and good PR for Teambridge in rural areas. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Keating, would you like to yes, please do.
Yes, absolutely. Because when we first, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Colclough, for raising this issue. You know, when this first came out, I was also in the same position as yourself. But, you know, we've had some hard decisions to make. As you're aware, there are other grants available to community halls, our communities, and most I know have applied for, you know, the COVID grants, and these are quite, you know, £10,000 grant, which is sometimes 3 times that precept, and certainly a lot more than the rural aid grants gave out. So there is a case there that some parish councils have benefited greatly from other grants that are available. You know, also, you know, where do we go here? You know, we've had to save those areas that we considered were very important, and like the CAB, Citizens Advice Bureau, that is a very important area that supports those people more vulnerable, those people that need that help. And we've continued that support. That's not been decreased, but I'm afraid we've had to make a decision on the rural aid grant to freeze it again this year. So I'm sorry, Councillor Colclough, hard decisions made. We're in a difficult place at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Keeling. Councillor Eden.
So I was failing to find the right button.
Okay.
I will be supporting. I will be supporting this budget, but I want to make a really important point about the future of politics, which is this. It's interesting that we refer to our allowances, and what district councillors get paid are allowances. And if we look at the demographics and the people who are councillors, we can see that most people are using these not as something to live on, but as something to, as a bit of an extra, which is why it's an allowance. And this is wrong. We're never going to get the kind of representation we actually need in politics if the only people that can afford to be councillors are either retired or working part-time. And I think we should be brave in the future and say, if we actually want better representation, we want to see people in the chamber in their 20s, shock horror, people who've got young families and people who are just, struggling to get the bills paid. If we're not going to have people in the real world representing themselves, while we have this kind of 19th century model of giving a golf club membership to the people who take part. So I want to see real strategic change to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eden. Councillor Rollison.
Thank you, Chair. Just also on the subject of councillors' allowances, I don't receive any additional allowances. I just get the basic ordinary allowance. It's quite sufficient, and I think all members should be showing some kind of leadership in these very difficult times, because many people are suffering great hardship. And it's an honour to be elected. It really amazed me that people put so much trust into me, and I don't want to take money when others are being denied so much and making so many sacrifices and working so hard to keep this coronavirus at bay. So I think it's absolutely right that we don't take any addition at this time, and otherwise I will be supporting this budget as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Rollison. Councillor Bullivant.
Well, I'd just like to register the fact that we'll be making a formal response on behalf of my group to the budget if you call me at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hocking.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just take your hand out. There you go. That's better.
Thank you.
Although I'm going to vote for this budget because I feel there's no other way around this item that we've got now. We are in a difficult situation, and one that we never thought we would be in this time last year. So I will vote for this budget. My problem is that there's a lot of words put on the recommendations here, which actually to me say nothing. And it does concern me that we're being waffled and we're being confused by words being put onto this budget that actually really does not say anything. The regeneration of Newton Abbot. Now, Newton Abbot Town Councillors had an update just a few days ago on the future High Street bid. And to be fair, it did not go down very well. I appreciate why TDC wants to push that bid forward, but they're, in my own opinion, they're using that bid to finance a regeneration of their own property, which was due for regeneration, which was always coming to us as a regeneration plan, and they can now see this is a way forward of financing that without actually financing it through our own coppers. And I think that is a worry, because I think they're pushing through certainly the Queen Street part of it, and I will be bringing this up when it comes back to us again, but I think the Queen Street part of the project, which is the part that is actually pushing the future High Street part of the grant, I feel that is never going to work. And I don't believe that what this administration has put forward for this budget is actually going to help jobs. But then, as I say, this is my own opinion. Going on to the members' allowance, I've been a member now of Tingbridge District Council since 1998. I was working at the time. I did not believe that, although I was always accepted the allowance I was given, I did not believe that I was entitled to as much as I was getting, because for me, I became a councillor because I wanted to be a councillor. I wanted to do something for my community, and I saw it as a way. I didn't see it as a way of making money or whatever. So therefore, I am quite happy to see this allowance being frozen this year. I'm quite happy to see it being frozen for 2 or 3 years, to be quite honest, because I think that what we're getting is way above what we should be getting. We should this allowance should be to give us money back for time that we put into it, for papers and whatever we buy. My biggest expense now since COVID started has been on the on broadband. Everything comes through on email. Therefore, my biggest expense is broadband and phone calls possibly. So, to me, I'm quite happy to accept that part. The resolution on Appendix 15 to do with the council tax summary. Now, I've read this 2 or 3 times this morning since I've had it, and I am more confused now since I read it than what I was before. I really don't understand what it's telling me, whether I'm a bit silly or what, I don't know, but I really do not understand what it's telling me. Having said all that, I can see no option but for us to support this budget. I don't think it's the best budget in the world. I don't think it's been written the best way in the world, but we are where we are, and therefore we have to set a budget. And unfortunately, this is the only one in front of us. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bullivant, I need to apologise because I should have invited you to speak earlier. Because I have old technology and I tend to cut and staple, and I think I've put a staple through that bit, so I'm really, really sorry. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Your apology wasn't necessary, but appreciate what you're doing. When we look at this budget, obviously I'm looking at this budget as an opposition group, and it is our duty as an opposition to hold the executive to account. Firstly, I think everybody in this council recognises the challenges that the council officers face in producing a balanced revenue budget in these uncertain times. That this has been done is a great credit to the officers involved with this budget presentation. As I say, as an opposition party, it's our duty to critically analyse the proposals contained within the budget and identify areas where the policies of the controlling party fail to deliver the best results for the residents of Teignbridge. But we are also pleased that the executive have acknowledged that the previous administration has placed this council in a better position to face the challenges than it would otherwise have been. But even so, on this basis, we identify some major problems with the budget that come from a misguided series of policies being implemented blindly by this administration, contributing to the almost 4 million black hole in the account we see in the years 2022 and 2023. This budget contains major multi-million-pound decisions that are based on a lack of financial and commercial awareness, investments proposed that are double the cost of equivalent options readily available, and has uncosted administration and running costs and ongoing procrastination in investment programs. It has also withdrawn plans to provide some of the local improvements already funded by developer contributions and cut the support to supporting our local economy. And for this reasons, this budget fails the residents of Teignbridge. The basic lack of understanding by the executive has resulted in proposals that hurt the poorest in our communities, does little to help build prosperity in our communities, and spends the money of our council taxpayers unwisely. The areas of concern are clear. We all want to help those in most need. This is not a party political issue, it is a statement of fact. This administration has declared the wish to re-enter the housing supply market by setting itself up as a competitor to the same housing associations that took over Teambridge's housing stock some 12 years ago. That decision was made by the same people who are making this decision now. The lack of details are of great concern. No details of running costs, nor of additional administration, nor the principles to be applied to social rents have been given. The plans included have the first developments taking place in Newton Abbot, where the town centre sites are included free of charge, yet the build costs are in excess of £214,000 per unit, a true cost of over £300,000 per unit that is double the price of equivalent units currently available nearby from housing associations. We wish to provide homes at social rents to those who cannot afford the current affordable rents is laudable and has our support. Provided we know the principles governing how those tenants are to be chosen, monitored and supported, we endorse the concept. However, the decisions must ensure that any investment is made wisely. So the question is, what would we do differently? Firstly, we would not be spending £1.5 million on building units you could buy at half the price. We would not be spending upfront the equivalent of a 100-year social rent discount for property. We would not set ourselves up in competition with housing associations. We would sell the 2 sites currently planned and therefore generate an additional £500,000 from the sale of the land. We would buy the same number of equivalent properties on behalf of housing associations, thus avoiding the costs of expensive administration. The £1.25 million savings made and the balance of projected investment would be invested to support local high street businesses to convert their upper vacant space into homes to let at social rents, bringing life back to the high streets, supporting local businesses and providing homes for over 200 families across all areas of Teambridge, doubling our commitment to social housing. And we would partner with housing associations to do this. This will be a conservative controlled administration policy that delivers not only for Newton Abbot, but for Teignmouth, for Dawlish, and all the other towns and parishes of Teambridge. Secondly, through our housing policy, there are over 250 vacant building plots available across Teambridge waiting for self-build or custom-build buyers. We will create a joint company with local builders to serve and service providers to construct homes for local people to buy, designed to high standards and to meet any special needs that families have and contribute towards reducing the housing waiting list. This will also provide employment for local businesses and generate a financial return for the council. Thirdly, we also see that the budget includes spending over £1.8 million per year on computer services. Of this, £400,000 is spent on naming streets and looking after documents. We would bring these tasks in-house and save at least £200,000 per year. On the comparison with other similar authorities, we would expect to save a further £250,000. And together that would give a saving of £450,000 a year. Fourth, at a time of climate change, we acknowledge the need for all council decisions to be made respecting the drive towards reducing our carbon footprint. We believe our highly qualified and experienced officers can meet this challenge. Therefore, we would cease spending on a department overseeing their actions and expect officer professionalism to deliver a saving of £100,000 per year. Fifth, as we emerge from the unparalleled trauma of the COVID pandemic, it is imperative that we work to help our residents, economy and local businesses recover as soon as possible. To this end, we believe that there are a number of projects that have been delayed for a number of years that should be accelerated to deliver amenities to local communities and provide work for as many local companies as possible. The health and well-being of Dawlish residents will be improved by the expansion of Dawlish Leisure Centre, a project that has been on hold for over 3 years. Similarly, we'd push ahead with the redevelopment of Teignmouth Leisure Centre to benefit Teignmouth residents. We will use local businesses to improve the children's play areas that have been waiting for the last 2 years for improvements, repairs and upgrades. We would seek a development partner to develop the centre of Newton Abbot so the required improvements are in place as soon as practically possible. All the things are highlighted are deliverable within the budget numbers presented without additional borrowing or increasing the projected liabilities of the council. The one thing we would not change is the investment in communications. It's an important service that Teambridge provide to residents, that we are pleased that after objecting to this expenditure each year over the last years whilst in opposition, the Lib Dems now recognise the value of this function, have added an additional £100,000 to their budget. In conclusion, our budget would be built on a belief that the in the people and future of Teambridge. It will deliver the support to those who need it, help more people into quality homes, improve employment, and make Teambridge a better place to live and work. For those reasons, we will not support the budget. We will abstain from voting on that budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bullivant. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you. A couple of points, actually. I'd just like to agree with Councillor Eden, who notes that there's baked in inequalities in terms of representation, and if other members are quite happy and don't need the funds, then what a lucky position we all happen to be in. That isn't what a democracy should be based on, those who can afford to stand. I don't sit on the executive. I haven't formulated the budget. I haven't drilled down into the detail as much as I would. I haven't done alternative modelling, so I'd be abstaining on this. But I also recognise the amount of work that must have gone into this, and it is without doubt a wartime budget. One thing that I did ask at the ONS committee when we looked at this is relating to the property portfolio that the council owns, bought by the last administration. And when we were elected councillors, the officers were telling us with pride what a wonderful return it was getting, 1 or 2% more than if the money was sat in the bank. I'd imagine that the level of risk around that investment is huge now. Like many other councils, Teambridge has invested in property portfolios that will not be receiving rent, that do not hold the value, that will have to have different uses in the future. So what I would hope to see is a great change in mindset and a change in direction and strategy in terms of how that property portfolio is dealt with. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to do something different. We have an opportunity to look at the housing crisis, which indeed is less a housing crisis, more an affordability crisis, and build the houses that we actually need. I was laughing at Councillor Bullivant's sort of suggestions of what the Conservatives might do differently if they were in power, given the destruction of Newton Abbot as a small market town, filling the pockets of the
Councillor Dawes, please, you're straying into a territory which is rather unpleasant.
I'm talking about the development that's been done around Newton Abbot, which pertains to the policies that this council holds. So I think it's reasonable that I can, like Councillor Bullivant, hold this council to account for.
It was the terminology you were using, Councillor Dawes, about lining pockets. That's unpleasant.
Okay, well, I think it's a fairly national policy that chamocracy rather than democracy is in play, and we've seen that at work. What I would do is urge the executive to change course. We're in an emergency. We're in 2 emergencies now. One of them, we've seen great action done at great haste. We require a handbrake turn, not nuancing, and I would urge the executive to take great and effective action in terms of readdressing the local plan and the sites that it allocates to build houses on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dawes. Councillor Dewhurst.
Thank you, Chair. So I listened to the leader of the Conservative Party on Teambridge with incredulity. He was talking about developers who we know have profited greatly from the last 8 years development across Teambridge, and I'm supporting this particular budget because it takes away from that and gives proper housing to local people at affordable prices, rental property that is so desperately needed in our community. He also mentioned Strata, which is quite interesting, really, because Strata was an organisation set up by the Conservative administration, and for the first time, this administration has actually managed to put a brake on some of the expenditures made by Strata, and in fact Councillor Wrigley will be introducing later on in this meeting about that very issue, and how we for instance managed to make quite a considerable saving in the future plans for that. But of course, to come out of Strata and change everything would cost this council dearly, because the Conservatives were happy to chain us to the other two councils. I'm also supporting this budget because of the increased investment in climate change and low carbon heating. I think we have many issues at the moment, but there is no greater issue, truly no greater issue, than the future of our planet, and we must, we really must be supporting that. And then finally, this may not be the best budget in the entire world, but I think it is the best budget possible for the people of Teignbridge, and that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dewhurst. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. It does make me chuckle somewhat when I hear Councillor Bullivant's response to the budget. I don't think any of our residents will be conned into believing that his response is anything other than the developer's charter, and it's about producing more and more houses across the district at high profit levels for developers and landowners. I think it's rich that he should also be attacking the executive for not getting the leisure centres upgraded. When the Lib Dem administration came into power in May 2019, there was actually at that stage no plan for refurbishment of the two leisure centres other than a very basic outline plan. That was due to come into the executive for consideration in 2020. However, as we know, the COVID crisis took that element out of our hands. And until we see how the recovery will take, in terms of fees and income for the leisure centres, it's very hard to plan ahead on how much and how extensive the redevelopment of both Dawlish and Newton Abbot and Broadmeadow would actually happen. So I think it's very, very easy to make wild promises about how they would do this and how they would do that. But the reality of the situation, I mentioned last year that we have to cut our cloth to fit. And unfortunately, last year we did cut our cloth to fit, and then we had the pockets ripped out along with the lining by COVID. So we're now in a situation where we do have to very, very carefully manage the finances going forward. And I believe that this budget is a good example of that. And it's a real commendable effort by officers and also Councillor Keeling to get this budget into a format that actually delivers for the residents now, not for developers, but for residents. I think it's really important to remember that all the way along. We've seen the Conservatives push for developers, and even coming to the strata point that Councillor Bullivant made about naming streets. If the Conservatives had their way, we'd have many more streets and probably higher cost again because of their housing policies that are inflicted upon this district. So with that in mind, I think I will be supporting the budget, and I think it's a very commendable budget. But just to come to one point that was made by Councillor Dawes, I think we are making really good progress on the climate change emergency and the ecological emergency that were declared. The unfortunate thing is it'd be nice to be able to do a handbrake turn, but that costs some money that we really do not have and cannot divert. Otherwise, residents' interests would be harmed in the short term. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Jackie Hook.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I will be supporting this budget. I'd just like to make a few comments on items that have been raised. Firstly, on the Future High Street Fund bid that we were successful in winning £9.2 million for investing in Newton Abbot Town Centre. Obviously, I welcome this. I'm quite incredulous that no one would welcome this with open arms. And just to go over, the process, obviously all elements of the Future High Street scheme went to public consultation and had a good level of support from the public and the people of our town and surrounding areas. The components of the Future High Street scheme fund, including the Queen Street bit, but all components of it, have come from a long process of consultation with the people of Newton Abbot via firstly their community plan, which was put together in 2008, which then fed shortly after that into Newton Abbot's own neighbourhood plan, the town council's own neighbourhood plan. So this isn't a set of whims that somebody's put together within the last couple of years. This has come from a long process of public consultation with the people of Newton Abbot. And just to remind, some of the elements of the Newton Abbot neighbourhood plan included looking at changing the priorities of traffic in Queen Street. I think those are the exact words from the neighbourhood plan. Improving cycling and walking, greening the town centre, and improving the evening economy. So exactly as has been asked by the people of Newton Abbot, thankfully now we have the opportunity to deliver on that. And I'm really, really pleased. And I thank the officers involved with that bid. A really, really good piece of work. And thank you from the people of Newton Abbot. Secondly, on the East Street housing site that was mentioned by Councillor Bullivant, of course, we need to remember that the Conservatives sat on this vacant site for, I've forgotten how many years, but certainly when I became a councillor in 2011, it was vacant then. And all through the rest of their administration, they sat on a vacant site and failed to bring forward any scheme or sell it off or do anything with it. And within a short period of time, we are now building social rent, low carbon houses on that site, the first social rent houses since the 1990s. We are not doing that in competition with the housing association. We are doing that in partnership with a housing association who will manage those properties and future properties that we bring forward at a social rent. So I'm going to be supporting this budget. I wasn't quite sure whether Councillor Bullivant, he was right to say that we should trust in our officers delivering on climate change, because I do know there is a big commitment amongst our officers and senior leadership team on climate change, and I thank them for that. But was he suggesting that we get rid of the climate change officer? I didn't quite pick up on that. To me, that would be absolutely absurd. We have the most amazing climate change officer who has really transformed the speed at which we've been able to address the issue in the council. We wouldn't be bringing forward a really ambitious carbon action plan in the next month or so if it hadn't been for William Elliott, and I thank him very much, and his job is safe in our administration. Yes, I will be supporting this budget because it reflects the lived down priorities that were in our manifesto, genuinely affordable housing, addressing the climate emergency, and of course we've added in the ecological emergency since then, and creating jobs. So I'll be supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hook. Councillor Keeling.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to let a few of the councillors have a word, and if I can come in after maybe Councillor Wrigley and Councillor Jeffries, and Councillor Clarence as well. I'd like to hear from him because he normally has something to say on the budget, but I thought he was sidelined a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So Councillor Clarence.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to bring it back to the real nitty-gritty of it, which is the revenue budget. I mean, it's big sums of money that this council deal with, isn't it? It's the forecast for 21-22 is £62,100,000. Big sum of money. That's what we get in, and that's what we propose to spend. And you know, it does interest me with these big sums of money when the strategic place services, including economy and planning, has gone up from 7.1 million spending in the 2021 forecast to it's anticipated that the forecast, as I've said, in this 21-22 year will be 9.2 million. That's an increase in that budget there of £1.9 million to explain this. And then we talk about getting rid of a small diminished amount like Councillor Mary Colcuff was looking at, the sort of loss of the rural aid, I should think you could lose that rural aid straight away in that £1.9 million. You know, I'd like to, you know, you could have just reduced that by a whisker, really, and still kept the rural aid. And, you know, we that's £1.9 million extra that we can anticipate spending in that budget. And then we look at, shall we say, the specific grants, mainly housing benefit. The 2021 forecast there was that we were getting in 27.2 million and spending 28.2 million. And this has been always the case for years and years, that we had to administer this, and that's why it's always been a net loss of the figures that I've just quoted of £1 million. Now, suddenly this year, in COVID year, it's a net gain to us this year. In coming up what's ahead of us in the 21-22 forecast, we're due to get in 26.9 million and only spend 26.2 million. So suddenly we're £700,000 to the better. Apparently we've received a grant, and that grant money's gone into that to make it look improve our finances. So we're £700,000 better there. So all I was making a point was, in context, you know, it seems rather when you get these very small amounts of money that impact badly on rural parishes, such as Mary Colclough was elaborating on, why we need to be what I call, it seems so frugal in these amounts when you actually look at the budget forecast. It's been very difficult this year to cross-reference the spending and what have you, because you can't sit down with officers and say exactly what's this and what's that, and you've only got an iPad to work off, unless you're privileged enough to have a super duper computer where you can pop it on one screen and try and save it and print it off and cross-reference it all. So that's the reason that I haven't spoken more in depth upon this budget. But that's all I've really got to say. It seems a bit frugal, really, when you've got these huge sums of money involved, that you can just tweak a budget somewhere and not lose something that is dear to us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clarence. Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to address some of the points that Councillor Bullivant brought up, which shows a misunderstanding not only of how housing works, of how housing associations work, how the housing market works, and how pushing money at developers simply causes everything to be more expensive. Teignbridge 100 is set up to deliver extra new homes for Teignbridge residents at social rent. How those homes are allocated will be debated. That's part of the Devon Home Choice and part of the housing policies that will come up later. So they'll be clearly, that's clearly there and as set out. Teignbridge 100 is using existing plots of Teignbridge land initially to actually develop areas that haven't been developed for a long, long while. As the former housing portfolio holder, my colleague Jackie Hook pointed out, the first two sites going forward have been available to progress for many years, and his previous administration, of which I believe he was a member of the executive, in fact, indeed communities, I think he was, didn't actually push this forward at all. So the idea of selling such plot of land to developers at a profit and then using it to reinvest just simply didn't happen and is mythical. So he's making things up now that they weren't doing when they had an opportunity. If one did manage to sell such a plot of land and give them money to actually purchase more Section 106 housing, the limited stock of which we get from developers who like to maximize their profits by building on greenfield sites, as opposed to these sites which are brownfield redevelopments, then what would that do? Would that actually get more affordable housing? No, it would simply put more money in the pot for the housing associations to bid for that housing. They bid against each other. It's the way the government have set up the system. So that would simply put the prices to the developers up. It would simply put more money in the developers' pockets. I think it has been said before, and I'll reiterate it. Councillor Bullivant likes a developer's paradise and would act everything through that route. In this project, we are working very closely with the housing associations, with the registered providers. I have been meeting with each of them, working out how we can work with them and help them to deliver more housing, as well as us delivering more housing. Teambridge 100 is unique in this council's experience in the last 30 years. It is delivering new council homes. It is delivering an extra supply of housing. We have some 4,000 households on our needs list. 4,000. Every year I beg your pardon, 1,000. Every year we house about 400 households. At the end of the year, we still have 1,000 households needing housing. Teambridge 100 will start to modestly reduce that number. We need extra homes, not just more of the same, not just more privatisation, not just more developers' paradise. I'm proud to stand behind Teambridge 100. It is a pipeline of opportunity of homes for people in this area and will return it will wash its face in council terms. It will not cost this council money. It will be pretty much neutral, a small return, but it will be more homes for local residents. And I'm proud to support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Wrigley. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Chair. Some of my colleagues have addressed the issue on the Future High Street Fund in relation to the budget with housing, so I won't go into any detail on that, but I just wanted to say that I'm really disappointed actually. At the beginning of the meeting, the chaplain opened it to ask us to put aside our political differences, and yet the response to the budget from the leader of the Conservatives was to put forward an election manifesto. I will be supporting this budget because I think it's something that's critical for the recovery of the area. And it's a budget that's mindful of the times that we live in and what the community requirements are. And that's really all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. Councillor Keeling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. If I could address Councillor Bullivant's impromptu, got together proposals. What the residents of Teambridge during this pandemic want us from all sides, from every group on the council, is to work together. Councillor Bullivant is being pure political in bringing these proposals at this late stage. Mr. Chairman, can I remind the leader of the Conservative group that the budget has been one of the most highly consulted on documents, starting back in October, November time, when the leader of this council, Councillor Alan Connacht, gave weekly Friday briefings, including this budget to a briefing. You know, I gave a briefing to this on the full council on the 14th of January. I've done 2 town and parish council meetings, which were packed, 4 overview and scrutiny meetings, of which, you know, Councillor Bullivant is a chairman of that. And he came up with no questions, you know, no questions at all. And now I question, has he consulted with his group? Because if that is the case, why did the deputy leader, you know, Councillor Clarence, second a motion of support of this at overview and scrutiny 1? We have also completed a Teambridge-wide 6-week public consultation, which supported the budget. You know, I'm just hard to believe that, you know, we got public backing, but there'll be no scrutiny of Councillor Bullivant's proposal by the public here and now. Mr. Chairman, you know, this reminds me of a saying my father would have said, you know, it seems like you've made this up on the back of a packet of cigarettes in your break time. You know, I just, so late in the day, no working together from Councillor Bullivant and his group by the sounds of it, and they're going to abstain on something they voted for all the way through this process. I finish with that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Keeling. The next blue hand is Councillor Connacht. Would you like to wait until the end, Councillor Connacht, to sum up?
I would, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Councillor Bullivant.
Thank you. I recognise the opinions of my colleagues. I find it interesting that highlighting a wish to spend more than is necessary, that's criticised. I recognise that the fact that the resources can deliver far more than is planned is ignored. The fact it's about putting people into homes that is the reason behind our policies is not appreciated by the opposition, by the members of the executive. That the failure to consider the best value for money, the best returns for the people of this of our area, are the ones that just get no credibility from the executive whatsoever. All they're interested in is their own dogma. I have nothing to say. I think it's interesting, some of the responses that we received. I'll leave it up to Councillor Connett now to make the response.
Thank you, Councillor Bullivant. Councillor Clarence.
Thank you, Chairman. I think with respect to Councillor Keeling, he's got his wires crossed. I didn't vote at ONS 1 for that. I left the meeting before I had somewhere to go. And I tried to get on ONS 2 to start in the afternoon to put in my budget things. Told that I had to go onto YouTube and listen to it, and couldn't speak at the afternoon meeting. So I didn't do as Councillor Keeling suggested and voted for it.
Thank you, Councillor Clarence. Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair, for the second opportunity. I just, want to kind of follow up on a point made by Councillor Jeffries. I mean, what's been presented today by Councillor Bullivant is actually a manifesto, and it is slightly disingenuous of Councillor Bullivant to present it in such a way as to say that we are guilty of dogma. What we are guilty of, perhaps, is wishing too much to try and please everybody all of the time. And I think actually what we've got here is a budget that deals mostly with the residents' needs and is aimed firmly at making things easier for residents. Yes, we've had to put up some parking charges. Yes, we've had to put up council tax. But at the end of the day, without those, we would not be able to meet our service commitments to the residents as well. And I think it's really important to note that this council has sent information to MPs to suggest that we expect to make further losses as a result of the lockdown that we're in currently. Even though it will start to ease soon, it still will impact on income across all of the district areas in Devon. And I think it's really, really disingenuous of Councillor Bullivant to start committing funds that we don't have, that we might not even get either. And I think for somebody to suggest that we are dogmatic is pretty laughable under the circumstances, when we know that the dogma from the Conservative Party is to focus on Conservative billionaires making millions and billions of pounds through developments and blighting many districts with overdevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. So two more councillors wishing to speak. Councillor Dawes, and then I'm going to ask Councillor Connett to sum up. So Councillor Dawes.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back on the process, because I'm also confused by the Conservatives' position now, because I sat on ONS 2 and this was debated, and I grew a lot of derision for my position of abstaining on it at ONS 2. I was a singular voice, and I'll remain consistent for the reasons why I do that. But at that point, and the proper point in the process, overview and scrutiny, would have been to scrutinise it. And I don't have any recollection of any of the points that were raised earlier in this debate were raised at ONS 2. So it does appear to be pure political theatre and posturing, and something that I'd be very, very disappointed with if I was a voter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dawes. So Councillor Connett, as the leader, would you like to sum up, please? You're muted, leader.
So I thought I'd undone that. Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. Can I start by thanking all colleagues for there's been actually a good debate on a number of issues. But before I go into my reply, and probably on behalf of all councillors, want to extend our greatest thanks to all members of staff at Teambridge for their work right through the way the pandemic in the past year. The bin crews, the refuse crews, our street cleaners, literally all the way through to the managing director, because we've kept the show on the road. And I hope all colleagues will just take a moment to reflect on that our staff have kept going to work. And that has been not just tremendous from our customers' point of view, but I think it's been tremendous from what they've done, and particularly in recent weeks when many of our staff would have been homeschooling their children, as well as turning to and doing reports and whatever else needs to be done for the council. So my thanks to all of them, Chairman. In response then to the budget, I will probably just ask you don't need to look at it now, I'll give you the figures, but on page 47 of the budget pack is probably the most telling. It's Appendix 6, and you'll see that the actual income for the council last year, 2019-20, was £10.1 million. And the probable for this year, 2020-21, is in round terms 6.5 million. We are four-ish million down, 3.5 million, 4 million down. That's a telling tale for anyone to just sober their thoughts on the impact of the pandemic, because the council, while it relies on council tax income, has done over many years now what government has asked us to do, is to be inventive, to be entrepreneurial, to look for other sources of income, which is what we've done, and we rely on that income. And what the past year has shown us is that when you get something like this, albeit unique in 100 years, it really has affected our income. So this budget, which I had hoped would be something that was cross-council and would draw support, without some of the political theatre that we've perhaps seen in the past 40 minutes or so, would be truly a budget for Teambridge. So can I start by thanking colleagues for their support where they've given it. And I particularly actually note what Councillor Dawes said. He did abstain, and he is quite right. He drew some wry smiles when he abstained in overview and scrutiny. I attended both meetings, and he is also right to say that the opportunity for the Conservatives to have tested their ideas, to ask for changes, were given up. They simply said nothing at all. I am surprised by Councillor Bullivant, or perhaps I shouldn't be. But equally, as Councillor Patch has pointed out, in order to reach out across the council, this isn't a wholly Lib Dem executive. We invited Councillor Purser to join the executive, and Councillor Purser has supported the budget that's been prepared and has been recommended to council. So I address these short remarks to members of the Conservative group through you, Chair, which is simply this. If you are genuinely abstaining, then you need to reflect on what you're saying to the people of Teambridge. If you're genuinely abstaining, having foregone all opportunities for the council's process to make the best budget possible that you could have delivered today. However, if like some of your colleagues, you've believed that this is, in the circumstances, the best budget deliverable, then please vote for it and show that party politics need not be the division between us, but actually may be the thing that unites us in these times of challenge and adversity when our public need us most. Chairman, then into some of the matters that have been raised. Mary Colclough expresses disappointment with regard to the rural aid suspension. I appreciate that. But also, this is a budget which maintains support for the Citizens Advice Bureau, for the Council for Voluntary Service. Colleagues will recall that when the pandemic started in the first lockdown, we were swift in our aid to help food banks and other organisations get off the ground and provide support across the council. Our aid and our support for our community is, in my view, second to none. It is a reflection on all of us as councillors, all 47 of us, that our first thoughts were for the community and continue to be. So far as I know, we are the only council in Devon and probably the South West which maintains and continues to maintain 100% council tax support for those in greatest need. Other councils expect even the poorest to make some contribution, but it's not without cost to the council. We are maintaining it. No one is going near it. We want to support our people. And we know they're hurting because we see the numbers of universal credit applicants rising. We see the amount of free school meals rising. There is poverty across Teambridge, which not all of us may necessarily recognise or see. But this budget supports our communities as best we can, while trying to find time and space to balance our books over the next couple of years. Mike Hawkins says, well, the 9.2 million, was it just a bid to support our assets? Well, it links in a bit to a question that Councillor Dawes raised about the purchase of the Market Walk Shopping Centre. Chairman, I support the purchase of the Market Walk Shopping Centre. It was the right thing to do. This wasn't part of some splurge of cash to buy shopping centres left, right and centre. It was a strategic purchase because we owned one part of the town centre and the Market Walk came up. It was previously owned by a large finance company, an insurance company, I recall, for whom Newton Abbot was just something in their portfolio. For us, the Newton Abbot Shopping Centre is the thing in the portfolio. And Richard Dawes is right. It does need and did need modernisation, but that insurance company was never going to do it. It was the council that has invested, and it's the council that would invest again. So I say to Councillor Hocking, would you prefer 9.2 million spent on an asset owned by an insurance company, or an asset owned by the people of Teambridge for the people of Teambridge, delivering for the people of Teambridge? That's what we're about, delivering for the people. And I say to you, Mike, please think again. We're investing in Newton Abbot. The choice is, do we get the 9.2 million from government or do we not? And if we get it, we're investing in our town. And the market has changed. COVID has changed. And in the past, we were told that our units in the Market Walk Shopping Centre weren't big enough to attract the big retailers. Maybe as the mists of COVID clear and we can see the way forward much better, maybe our retail units will be the right size. Maybe they'll be the place that they want to go. Hopefully, we're going to get more independent shoppers and shop retailers into our stores. Let's work on that basis rather than any other. Councillor Clarence, again, perhaps shows himself not to fully understand the budget because he talked about the housing benefit. Let me just say within there, of course, the increases in money he refers to includes, for example, the 1.9 million COVID provision against income losses. It includes the extra grants that we've had from government towards COVID. And in terms of the communications budget, which Councillor Bullivant referred to, again, that refers to some staff changes in the way staff are allocated and applied within. It is not an additional £100,000 for that service, but reflects the way the service has been changed to better meet the demands of the council. Chairman, we believe and have three primary objectives: to deliver housing for people, to deliver jobs for people, and to do what we can in our small way, but actually in a big way, tackle climate change. Those are our three objectives, and this budget continues that support. Now, I understand where Phil Bullivant's coming from. He's a Conservative and he wants to peddle that particular mythology to everyone. It's not anything I'm going to have any truck with. I grew up in a council house. Others of you may have as well. And I would firmly go back to a system of modern council housing built, owned and managed by councils where people knew where they were and in times of difficulty could get rent rebates and the system looked after itself. And I regret that the council houses were ever sold off. The Phil Bullivant is wrong. It's wrong to say it was the Liberal Democrats that sold them. The Liberal Democrats signed the contract. The actual decision was made by Conservatives prior to the actual event of the actual transfer, and Councillor Russell was among those who voted for it. And I dealt with this sometime previously at an earlier council meeting some time ago. So it's always helpful just to recognise that the Conservatives have achieved their ambition of selling off the council stock, and Phil Bullivant might say, well, why didn't the Liberal Democrats vote against it? Well, by that time, the council had already spent £2.5 million pursuing its ambition of selling the council stock, and it would have been a complete waste of money. But then, as Phil Bullivant describes today, he is quite keen to waste council money. Chairman, let me then just move to where we're at now. This budget does many things, all focused on supporting the people of Teignbridge. I appreciate that in this budget there will be some things that people aren't keen on. There will be some things that they actually don't like. But most of it they may like. I think there's a lot in here for the people of Teignbridge. It's an ambitious budget in the circumstances, of one that invests in Teignbridge. It is about jobs, it is about the economy, it is about housing, it is about climate change. I need make no apology to anyone for the things that we are doing in this budget. We are all swimming against the tide in a very difficult circumstance. I really do implore all of you to vote for this budget. I particularly and especially appeal to those Conservatives who I know feel that this budget is the right one in the circumstances to vote for it. Don't sit on the sidelines and be a footnote in history. This budget more than any other I've been on this council, is the one that delivers for the people of Teignbridge, and I encourage all members to say they are in favour. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Members, the final financial plan proposal for 2021, 22, 23, 24 has been proposed and seconded. Just before we go to the vote, I need to read out a short statement. In accordance with the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Amendment, Regulation 2 of 2014, a roll call will be taken. So can we go have a roll call, please, Beth, and go to the vote, please, members.
Councillor Austin.
For.
Councillor Bradford.
Abstain.
Councillor Bullivant.
Abstain.
Councillor Clarence.
Abstain.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connett.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Hugh Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes.
Abstain.
Councillor Dewhurst.
For.
Councillor Eden.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Foden.
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
For.
Councillor Gribble.
Abstain.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
Abstain.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
For.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeffries.
For.
Councillor Jenks.
For.
Councillor Keeling. Councillor Kerswell.
For. I'm sorry, abstain.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Morgan.
For.
Councillor Malone.
For.
Councillor Nutley.
For.
Councillor Nuttall.
For.
Councillor Orme.
For.
Councillor Parker Khan.
Abstain.
Councillor Patch.
For.
Councillor Peart.
Abstain.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
For.
Councillor Purser.
For.
Councillor Rollison.
For.
Councillor Russell.
Abstain.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
Abstain.
Councillor Toome.
Abstain.
Councillor Wrigley.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor John Petherick.
For.
That's carried, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. And I think that moves us nicely into a comfort break now. I'll make it 10 to 12. So if everybody could
Before
be
we
back.
go, Chairman, before
Yes.
we go, sorry, but I put my hand up after Councillor Connett spoke. Councillor Connett used my name, and I believe and know that he misinterpreted what I said. And it would have been nice if I was able to come back and explain exactly what I said in respect of regeneration in Newton Abbot and the future High Street Fund. But obviously that's now gone by. But I'd just like it noted that what I said and what Councillor Connett thought I said was not correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hockin, and apologies if that was an oversight on my part. So as I said, members, a comfort break now until 12 o'clock. So a 10-minute comfort break. Before you go, if you could switch off your camera and also your microphone, please.
Thanks, John.
Chair, at 12 o'clock, we'll need to do another roll call to confirm that everyone's come back into the meeting.
Absolutely, yes.
Ta-da.
Beth, could you carry out a roll call, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
Present.
Councillor Bullivant.
Present.
Councillor Clarence.
Present.
Councillor Colclough.
Present.
Councillor Connett.
Present.
Councillor David Cox. Councillor David Cox. Councillor Hugh Cox.
Present.
Councillor Dawes.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Dewhurst.
Present.
Councillor Eden.
Present.
Councillor Evans.
Present.
Councillor Foden.
Present.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
Present.
Councillor Gribble.
Present.
Councillor Haynes.
Present, and I can see that when Councillor Austin tried to say present, it kept muting, so she is there. I can see on the screen.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Councillor Hayes.
Present.
Councillor Hocking.
Yeah, present, but I'm going to have to leave about past.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
Present.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Present.
Councillor Jeffries.
Present.
Councillor Jenks.
Present.
Councillor Keeling.
Present.
Councillor Kerswell.
Present.
Councillor McGregor.
Present.
Councillor Morgan.
Present.
Councillor Malone.
Present.
Councillor Nutley.
Present.
Councillor Nuttall.
Present.
Councillor Orme.
Present.
Councillor Parker Khan.
Present.
Councillor Patch.
Present.
Councillor Peart.
Present.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
Present.
Councillor Purser.
Present.
Councillor Rollison.
Present.
Councillor Russell.
Present.
Councillor Swain.
Present.
Councillor Taylor.
Present.
Councillor Thorne.
Present.
Councillor Toombe.
Present.
Councillor Wrigley.
Present.
Councillor Parker.
Present.
Councillor John Petherick.
Present. Thank you for that, Beth. As I mentioned earlier, members, I thought it appropriate to move two of the items on the agenda forward. So the next item on the agenda has been moved forward from 15, and that's a Constitution Working Group update from the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Chairman and Councillors, the Constitutional Working Group met on Wednesday last week. The CWG comprises the 4 group leaders and Councillor Keeling. And during that meeting, Councillor Patch kindly attended and spoke to the matters he has identified in his notice and motion to Council today. Now, speaking personally, I believe that the November 2020 updated Constitution reflects the task set by Council in its decision of September 2019. Though looking ahead, what has become clear is that the Council does not have a mechanism, and probably hasn't for some years really, which enables councillors to have oversight of the Constitution, its procedural arrangements, councillor training and development, and for instance, initial receipt of the report from the Independent Remuneration Panel. Reflecting on all of that, all members of the Constitutional Working Group agreed this should be addressed through the creation of a new committee. With Council's agreement today, terms of reference and proposals for membership will be brought back to the next Council meeting for consideration. And so, Chairman, just as a few words by way of recommendation to kind of formalise what I've just said, I would invite Council's support for a new committee being established to have oversight of the Council's constitution, procedural arrangements, councillor training and development, reports from the Council's Independent Remuneration Panel, terms of reference and membership details, along with any other relevant matters to be reported to the next meeting of Council. Chairman, I invite a seconder for that.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second that.
Councillor Bullivant seconded it. Councillor Cox.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is very welcome, actually, that we need to do that. I'm afraid our old constitution had, in fact, contradicted itself and had become totally out of date with law changes. And we were slightly negligent as members in not keeping our constitution up to date and legal. I would hope that and I'm really pleased that we've got this new committee, I would hope that this committee would look very much at redressing the balance where we, the members, and yourself as chairman, is the guardian of the constitution, and that we seek to take ownership of it as councillors. And I hope we can do that. But this is the mechanism to do it, and I'm very pleased and very much welcome this committee being formed. But so I would certainly support that.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Connett.
Chairman, just by way of reply, if there are other speakers, I'll speak at the end before the recommendations considered, Chairman.
There aren't any other speakers.
All right. Well, Chairman, thank you very much. I'm grateful for what David Cox has said, although of course I should say the Council does have a legal constitution, always has. Without sort of trying to open that debate, because I know we obviously got motions later on, the new committee would be an appropriate place, and I think that's what David Cox was endorsing. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, Leader, would you mind sort of stating exactly what the what the agenda item is, please? Or what? Sorry.
Certainly. So,
yeah.
do you want me to read the motion again? The recommendation,
yes, please. Yeah.
Chairman?
Please.
Certainly. Yeah. So the recommendation is that a new committee is established to have oversight of the Council's constitution, procedural arrangements, councillor training and development, reports from the Council's Independent Remuneration Panel, terms of reference and membership details, along with any other relevant matters to be reported to the next Council meeting. So that's the recommendation, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you. I'd agree with Councillor Cox's points on this, that it's key, very important. I'd like the terms of reference of the group to be very wide and overarching in terms of membership and involvement. And I'd also like, which probably comes to the motion later, that I do believe the Constitution has been changed without due process, and I'd like us to be operating under the previously agreed Constitution until that point. But we'll debate that motion hopefully shortly. But I would agree that there needs to be full oversight by members of any changes that happen to the Constitution. Doing otherwise would be an abuse of power.
Thank you, Councillor Dawes. Councillor Eden.
Thanks. Yes, just a couple of clarifying questions. Councillor Connaught mentioned procedural arrangements. I just wondered what an example of those would be in terms of things that would be taken to this constitutional committee, and would they include anything to do with standards? Oh, and the second one was he said relevant, and I was wondering if he could give me an example of what he meant by relevant, and what relevant looks like.
Chairman, relevant in the sense that the Constitutional Working Group may not have captured everything, so it was terms of reference and membership details and any other relevant matters to be reported, as in anything relevant in the setting up of a new committee. So, I don't know, because the point was, if at some point in a few days' time someone thought of something, I didn't want the motion to be so restrictive that we don't know. Council only agreed to terms of reference and membership details, not to, I don't know whether you might take advice from any outside organisation or whatever. So it was an idea. We would come back to the council with a recommendation. In the process of that, procedures is about the way that, so as constitution is the rule book, procedures might be about the way the council operates. And again, it was to try and sort of give the membership a place where oversight could be. So, Chairman, if I can speak to what Councillor Dawes said, of course, members can attend any committee. They may not be on it, but they can attend and speak. At the moment, Constitutional Working Group meets on an ad hoc fashion. A committee would meet because it's diarised in the council's calendar of meetings with proper sort of papers and all the rest of it. So all members would see it and would be able to engage if they so wish, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you. Can we go to the Councillor Eden? You've indicated you want to speak again.
Yes, sorry. So I was just trying to understand about whether this committee would be having as part of its remit and what it would be discussing the behaviour and processes of other committees, such as standards.
Chairman, I can't answer that because we need to come back to council with terms of reference. So it's not about what I think, but I'm going to have to do some work with officers and come back. So
right.
I think I'm being asked a question I can't immediately answer.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So no more blue hands. So can we go to the vote on this now, please, Beth?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
For.
Councillor Bullivant.
For.
Councillor Clarence.
For.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connaught.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Hugh Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes.
For.
Councillor Dewhurst.
For.
Councillor Eden.
Oh, it shouldn't be. Sorry.
Councillor Eden. Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Foden.
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
For.
Councillor Gribble.
For.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
For.
Councillor Jeffrey.
For.
Councillor Jeffries.
For.
Councillor Jenks.
For.
Councillor Keeling.
For.
Councillor Carswell.
For.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Morgan.
For.
Councillor Malone.
For.
Councillor Nutley.
For.
Councillor Nuttall.
For.
Councillor Orme.
For.
Councillor Parker Khan.
For.
Councillor Patch.
For.
Councillor Peart.
For.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
For.
Councillor Purser.
For.
Councillor Rollison,
For.
Councillor Russell,
For.
Councillor Swain,
For.
Councillor Taylor,
For.
Councillor Thorne,
For.
Councillor Toom,
For.
Councillor Wrigley,
For.
Councillor Parker,
For.
Councillor John Petherick.
Or
Chair, can I just check? Councillor Austin, I didn't hear your vote on this. I couldn't hear it. Councillor, and can I just check, Councillor Eden, you were voting for, were you? I saw you, but I couldn't quite hear you. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, for.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, that's been carried unanimous. Thank you.
okay, thank you, Sarah. So the next agenda item is item 16, which I've decided to move up the agenda. And it's notices of motion. Notices of motion shall be referred to the appropriate committee meeting. The mover of the motion can outline the proposal and then it will stand adjourned. The motion may be debated to assist debate later if agreed by 2/3 of the council members. So there are 3 notices of motion for us to consider today. The first one is from Councillor Egan regarding standard committee process changes that she would like us to consider. So Councillor Egan, would you like to present your notice of motion, please?
Yes, thanks very much, and hello everybody. So I really would like to hear colleagues' opinions on this motion to improve standards processes today. If, however, the vote to debate that did fail to get its 2/3, I would like now to propose that my motion is referred to the new Constitutional Committee outlined by Councillor Connett just now, rather than back to standards for reasons that I hope will come clear. So I'm going to make a couple of remarks to try and persuade councillors to discuss my very specific recommendations, because it really would help me evolve them if I could hear what people thought about them. I'm assuming that people have had a chance to read in detail what I sent through. So I would say that it is a truth universally acknowledged that communication is very difficult, misunderstandings are common, and language is an extremely slippery servant of truth. And at a time when, looking around the chamber, we can see that the council is by no means representative of the demographics of its wards, I think it's imperative that we make a real fanfare of modernising our standards and processes and making them fit for purpose and professional. And I've become aware actually recently of a couple of working women who don't want to be councillors unless there's a change to the way and culture in which we operate. Now, the Standards Committee changes I outline in the notice of motion are about process and they're about accountability. And they introduce ways to safeguard against human error in reporting and minute taking. And I'm going to take 2 specific points. It's a unique feature of the standards process for councillors that it has the potential to ruin careers, incomes, and minutes and futures outside their roles as councillors. Yet, unlike in a legal setting, not only is it not possible ever to question or appeal a standards decision, it's not even possible to point out any errors, any typos even, and any simple inconsistencies in the written communications made public from the chair's office, even when those errors and infelicities are potentially damaging a councillor's future and income. And I have plenty of examples that I can give people separate to now. Secondly, of my 2, there are often several months between the publishing of draft minutes, which may be incorrect, may be defamatory, may, as mentioned earlier, be full of accidental typos and slip-ups, and many months after they've gone online, sometimes the Standards Committee may meet to approve or amend them. So obviously in the time that elapses, there are maybe questionable content being published. And finally, on a personal note, Having chaired many NHS research ethics committees, I know firsthand how difficult it is to summarise often complex discussions and report decisions. Now, we would never publish draft minutes of decisions that affect individuals' lives without editorial processes and scrutiny of approval, discussion and checking. And on that basis, I plead with you all, actually, that the motion be debated today, and I seek support from colleagues. Let's modernise this council. Let's make being a councillor more appealing to working people and make our processes stronger in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eden. Just to be clear, in your notice of motion, you were specific that you wanted it to go to the executive if we decided not to debate it today, but now your preference would be the Constitution Working Group when that is formed. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so. If I've understood correctly what Alan just said, that seems like the perfect place.
That's fine. So members, thank you. So members, you need to decide now whether you want to debate this debate today or not. If you want to debate it, please, when we go to the vote, vote for. If you don't wish to debate it, then please vote against. Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Austin.
For.
Councillor Bradford.
For.
Councillor Bullivant.
Against.
Councillor Clarence.
Against.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connett.
Against.
Councillor David Cox.
Against, it should go to the Constitutional Committee.
Councillor Hugh Cox.
Against.
Councillor Dawes.
For.
Councillor Dewhurst.
Against.
Councillor Eden.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Foden.
Against.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
Against.
Councillor Gribble.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
Against.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Jenks.
Against.
Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Carswell.
Against.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Malone.
For.
Councillor Nutley.
Against.
Councillor Nuttall.
Against.
Councillor Orme.
For.
Councillor Parker Khan.
Same.
Councillor Patch.
For.
Councillor Peart.
Against.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
Against.
Councillor Purser.
Against.
Councillor Rollison.
Against.
Councillor Russell.
Against.
Councillor Swain.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thorne.
Against.
Councillor Toome.
Against.
Councillor Wrigley,
Against.
Councillor Parker,
Against.
Councillor John Petherick.
Against.
Chair, 2/3 did not vote to debate the motion today.
Okay, so Councillor Eden's motion will be referred to the new Constitution Working Group when it's set up then. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Gordon Hook. Would you like to present your notice of motion, Councillor Hook?
Thank you, Chair. Chairman and colleagues, you have the notice of motion. It's not lengthy in wordage. It's clear, and I think hopefully concise. And I'm assuming everybody's read it, but if not, I'm very happy to read it or ask the chairman to read it again. But in anticipating that you've all read it, can I say that I sincerely hope that everyone in the room will join with me in thanking without reservation the numerous volunteers who, giving freely of their time and energy, devote themselves to
making life better for so many people. Right now, we are all well aware, I'm sure, of the outstanding work being undertaken day in and day out by significant numbers of local residents to help neighbours, friends, complete strangers in the difficult coronavirus-dominated times we're living through. Many would have suffered immeasurably more without the self-sacrifice of local volunteers. Volunteering has come to the fore with the CV epidemic, and it is absolutely right, in my opinion, to acknowledge the help being given. I believe authority, in the form of the local authority, can and should recognise and thus support and encourage this activity. I know those doing voluntary work don't do it for recognition or praise, but nevertheless it is right for us to consider ways in which we as the local authority can work more closely and perhaps even more cooperatively with this vital sector. I say even more because I am aware of areas in which we do work together. This is acknowledged, but let's engage with the sector and listen to their needs. They are playing a vital role in community welfare and cohesion, and surely this is not only a good thing, but it is to be recognised and encouraged. I would like us to, for instance, an award of some sort for outstanding service in the sector. This could be explored by ONS. I have in mind maybe a certificate acknowledging the council's gratitude to those who are giving this outstanding service, and maybe the chairman of the council would occasionally hold a little soiree or a little event whereby he or she, as circumstances dictate, would make a presentation and acknowledge this work. I think there is merit in considering that as just one idea. I don't wish to confine our thanks or collaboration simply to those who have come forward at this specific time, however, to help with the CV consequences. Volunteering has gone on long before CV-19 struck and will be going on well after this plague is conquered. A huge range of positive activities have always been organised by volunteers. It could be the local WI, the children's sports clubs, Cubs, Scouts, Guides, whatever, 101 different possibilities of really great selfless work going on. We need to encourage even more proactively with the sector insofar as we are able to promote and assist with the challenges that modern day living produces. In my opinion, it is more likely than not that the voluntary charitable sector will have an increased role in the years to come as community activity re-establishes itself. We need to be proactive and supportive in that evolving situation. I really hope that we can come together across the chamber, in this instance at least, to simply agree that this is an idea worth progressing, but that we can share ideas as to how we might achieve. I don't claim to be the possessor of all good ideas, far from it. And there's a lot of people here who've got lots of good ideas to share. And I think that if we could just come together with a meeting of interested parties and listen, we could learn and make real progress in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope there's agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Hook. Am I right in understanding, Councillor Hook, that you're not asking the members to debate this today? You're happy for it to go straight to executive?
I'm happy for it to go anywhere as long as it makes progress ultimately, and I'm certainly not bothered about it being discussed today.
In that case, then I think we can just note that, members, that it will go to the executive. Councillor Bullivant, did you want to comment on this notice of motion?
I'm very happy for it to go to executive if with my total support. And if an application came in towards ONS for one of the committees to look at this, I then again endorse that as a way forward.
Thank you. I don't think we need to vote on this because the mover of the motion has requested it goes straight to the executive. Councillor Nutley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I totally agree with that side of things, but I would just like to say that Councillor Parker Can and myself have been very involved in Ashburton. We formed a group when the COVID started. I myself have been doing the administration for the what we call Lockdown Larder Food Bank. We had 283 volunteers come forward at the very beginning of this. And as I say, it's been a community effort right the way through the whole part, well, almost a year now. I was fortunate to be able to get a £1,600 grant for the food bank, and we've been given other money as well. But say, Councillor Parker Khan and I have been on this committee ever since the kind of start of it, and fully support this notice of motion by Councillor Hook. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nutley. I wasn't actually expecting many members actually to comment on this. So, Councillor Orme. You're muted, Councillor Orme. You're still muted.
Hang on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that we've been doing something very similar for many years in Teignmouth, recognising the wonderful work that our volunteers have done for our community. And we have an annual event, apart from obviously the year of coronavirus, where we recognise those very people and bring them together. And it might be worth just taking a look at what we've been doing here in Teignmouth.
Thank you, Councillor Orme. Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, as portfolio holder for communities working with the voluntary sectors comes under my portfolio, and I'm very happy to take this forward into executive. And if members would like to email me with ideas and thoughts and input to this, I'm very happy to take that into consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Wrigley. Councillor Kerswell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, in Bovey Traceley, we've been doing a similar thing for many years. With very good response, and the people that have actually received awards throughout the years have been really delighted, and it's boosted morale tremendously. I would like to think that we could do the same at Teignbridge. It's a very interesting task, having watched the process over the years, and a very difficult decision to make, in all honesty, when you get so many really good people who have been nominated. It's very difficult to choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerswell. So that Councillor Hook's notice of motion will be passed to the executive for their consideration. The third notice of motion is from Councillor Patch.
Chair, sorry.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, Councillor Eden's notice of motion will have to go firstly to executive and then be referred to the new committee, because we haven't joined that yet. But you know, we can put that on the next executive to be referred to the new committee, and then when the terms are referenced. So hopefully all members understand the process.
So, thank you
to clarify that.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. So, Councillor Patch, would you like to present your notice of motion, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you also for recognising the importance of constitutional issues and bumping up the agenda, the CWG report and the notices of motion. I'd also like to thank the leader and the CWG for putting forward the proposal, successful proposal to put together a new committee to explore constitution and related issues. Moving to my notice of motion, my starting point is the constitutional provision that the full council is responsible for adopting and changing the articles in the constitution or rules of procedure. And in the constitution of the full council, this also extends to and includes functions and schemes of delegation sections of the constitution, and agreeing and or amending the terms of reference for committees. Now, sometime over the Christmas period, while working on some council business, I noticed that at some time on or after the 20th of November last year, a new document purporting to be the new version of the council's constitution appeared on the council's website. This was a surprise to me, as I'd not seen anything come before full council in terms of agreeing or adopting a new version of the constitution. I do concede that in September 2019, delegated powers were given to the monitoring officer to make some tidying up and bring some consistency to various provisions within the constitution and across the constitution. However, in that paper, a very specific point was made that and I'm quoting here from the paper that supported the decision of September 2019, for the avoidance of doubt, and as indicated above, the existing rules will not be materially changed. Now, just provisional exploration of this new version, so-called, of the Constitution has actually unearthed the fact that there are several apparent material changes from the last adopted version of the Constitution. And these, just to summarize them, I've given 6 example points in the notice of motion that was circulated to councillors, along with, actually, I gave an extract of the previous adopted Constitution, so that members in preparation for this might be able to compare specific articles between the adopted version and the new version that's appeared. So just to quickly run through those 6 points, they are what has changed has degraded the rights of members of this council to present questions to full council, the rights of members of the public to present questions to full council, the rights of members of this council to present motions on notice to full council. The remit of overview and scrutiny committees has been changed, and the powers of overview and scrutiny committees to require senior officers and executive members to attend and explain decisions, actions and performance. And finally, of these example points, the loss of power of group leaders to veto delegated minor changes to the Constitution that might be to the detriment of a member of the public or a councillor. Now, with regard to some of those changes, I'll just highlight one, which was the power of the managing director to disallow questions by members and indeed of members of the public. This specific provision actually came before the council at a previous point and was referred back to the CWG for further consideration, but it then subsequently appeared in this new version of the Constitution. Not only that, it has been used in the last meeting of this council. I put forward a question for council, and the managing director used this new discretionary power to actually refuse that question to this council. That's the information set out in my notice of motion. And indeed, as I pointed out, I provided direct references to articles in the new Constitution and the previous relevant articles in the old Constitution. Now, my point being that, and this is contrary to my mind, the impression given to a member of public who asked a question regarding the Constitution this morning, this new version of the Constitution has not been submitted to council, it's not been scrutinised by council, and it's not been agreed or adopted by council, given particularly those material changes. Now, at a previous council meeting, we had a very lively and well-informed debate on democracy in this nation, and particular, giving some thought to the perceptions of the public and their trust in their democratically elected representatives. Now, I would hope that given the seriousness of these changes to the Constitution and the seriousness of this whole matter of the integrity of the Constitution, members of this council will now vote to debate this motion that I've presented with a view to actually sort of reinforcing the fact that the last adopted version of this council of the Constitution is not the version currently on the website, that ought to be reverted to, and that future material changes ought to be brought to the council, perhaps via this new constitutional committee. At the very least, I think this issue needs to be debated, not least because of the effect it has on the rights of the members of the public to scrutinise this council, and the members indeed of this council to scrutinise this council, and the apparent loss of powers to officers to control the powers of members of the public and members of this council to scrutinise this council. I see the way that members vote now on whether to debate this as a touchstone on their views on local democracy. So I move that the motion be put forward in order to decide whether it may be debated now.
Thank you, Councillor Patch. Just to be clear, you, as with Councillor Eden, would your preference be that it was considered, if it doesn't get debated today, that it is considered by the executive for forward, and we've moved on to the Constitutional Working Party? Would you be in agreement with that?
I think that would be acceptable. That seems like a logical way to proceed. However, because of the seriousness and the fact that members' rights and privileges are currently degraded under this supposed new version of the Constitution, I think it needs urgent attention now.
Okay, thank you for that. So 2 councillors have indicated they wanted to speak about this. Councillor Parker Khan.
Chair, before anybody speaks and goes to debate, we do need to go to the 2/3.
Oh.
We need to have the 2/3 if you want anyone to speak on it.
Okay, I understood. Okay, thank you for that. So we need to go to the vote now, members, and if 2/3 of us decide that we would like to debate it, then we will. If you want to debate it today, please say for. If you would prefer not to debate it today, please vote against. Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
For.
Councillor Bullivant.
For.
Councillor Clarence.
For.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connett.
Against.
Councillor David Cox.
It's an important issue that deserves proper scrutiny, and therefore I say against. Let's get it to the Constitutional Committee.
Councillor Hugh-Cox.
Against.
Councillor Dawes.
For.
Councillor Dewhurst. Councillor Dewhurst.
You may have left the meeting, Chairman.
Councillor Eden.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Foden.
Against.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
Against.
Councillor Gribble.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
Against.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Jeffries.
Against.
Councillor Jenks.
Against.
Councillor Keeling.
Against.
Councillor Carswell.
Against.
Councillor McGregor.
As with David Cox, against.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Malone.
For.
Councillor Nutley.
Against.
Councillor Nuttall.
Against.
Councillor Orme.
For.
Councillor Parker Khan.
For.
Councillor Patch.
For.
Councillor Peart.
Against.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
Against.
Councillor Purser.
Against.
Councillor Rollison.
Against.
Councillor Russell.
Against.
Councillor Swain.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thorne.
Against.
Councillor Toome.
Against.
Councillor Wrigley.
Similarly with David Cox, against.
Councillor Parker.
Same as David Cox. Against.
Councillor John Petherick.
Against.
Chair, 2/3 didn't vote to debate it, so it would be referred to executive to be referred on to the new committee.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you. Now we revert back to the original running order of the agenda, item 8 on the agenda, which is the recommendation from the executive and its Teignmouth Public Spaces Protection Order. And that's going to be introduced by
Myself, Chair.
Oh, sorry, yes, I was looking for a name. Sorry, apologies. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So we have before you today a Public Spaces Protection Order for Teignmouth. Now, normally I'm loath to put forward public space protection orders because they can be draconian. But in this case, I think this has been proven to be necessary, and I think we should go forward with this. This is about trying to assist in poor behaviour, particularly the abuse and misuse of alcohol and other substances in and around the centre of Teignmouth, particularly or specifically the Den, the Seafront, the Back Beach, the Triangle, Wellington Street and Lower Brook Street. This has come forward through requests from Teignmouth Town Council and the police in Teignmouth after numerous occasions where they had antisocial behaviour, they had great difficulties that has caused concern to residents locally. The Public Spaces Protection Order has been brought forward, and my thanks go to the Community Safeguarding and Safety and Safeguarding Manager, who has worked hard on this along with the rest of the team. This order has come forward to give powers to clamp down on the antisocial behaviour that the local residents in Teignmouth are suffering. It has gone through local consultation in Teignmouth. It has gone through Teignmouth Town Council, where I believe it was supported unanimously. And I bring it forward to you now and ask for your support in putting this into place.
Thank you. Proposed by Councillor Wrigley. Is there a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Linda Petherick. Thank you. Councillor Linda Petherick, I see your blue hand is raised. Is that inadvertent or?
No, I was going to make a comment on it, if that's okay.
Fine.
Just to say I support this. And the reason I support this is we had a situation like this a couple of years ago in Dawlish, and we had to do the same thing. And although we didn't want to do it, it did actually make a big difference. So that's why I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Petherick. Councillor Cox.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, very much like Councillor Petherick, it is a regret that we have to do this. There are particular problems in Teignmouth with and the police have requested this. And I think if you accept that the police in Teignmouth are sensible people and they will use it appropriately, that it's right. I also would add that the town council is looking at ways that it can deal with putting money into youth services and other services, so that it's not just all sort of all iron fist. There's some other alternative proposals as well to help deal with the issues, and it will give the PCSOs and the police the powers to deal with things. And I hope, and I think for the most part, our local neighbourhood policing team have worked in ways that are sensible and are not over the draconian, and I think that we use these powers wisely. But it is a sad regret that we've got to use them. But I think on balance, it's the right thing to do. I do hope that we would look at also including the Coombe Valley Nature Reserve, and we don't just move the problem from the town centre to the barn and the Coombe Valley Nature thing, but that will obviously be part of the drawing up of it.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Chairman. I would echo what David has just said, and I would also include Eastcliff Park in that area, because there is a lot of problems there in that beautiful area as well. Can I say that it's not the regulars who are in the triangle, and the police know well and have a good relationship and talk to them. It tends to be the youthful element that comes out late at night and really does cause problems, because the triangle is not only a commercial area, but it's a lot of people live above those shops, the flats there, and it's very distressing for people to have all this going on underneath their windows night after night, and I fully support this. We all know what goes on, and it's not everybody that does it. Certainly people who are in the triangle who we know regularly go there, they're not the problem. It's this noisy element of youth, and also I think that some drug use is involved in that as well. And the police do their best, but they do need extra support, and this would give that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo Councillor Cox's comments as well, and obviously point out that it is not just the centre of the town that's an issue. There are other locations outside the town centre that still present a few problems. What I would say is perhaps part of the escalation of the problem has been the fact that there has been a reduction in police resources over the last decade. Around about 10% of headcount lost, and as you know, they are fighting a losing battle. And we did see last year with the lockdown easing that there was a significant increase in antisocial behaviour, both on the back beach and on the promenade, and littering. And some attempts were made by Teignmouth Town Council to give them their credit in addressing that, particularly Councillor Andrew Henderson. I think he's worth a mention in the efforts that he made in addressing some of the antisocial behaviour, particularly around littering, cigarette ends, dog mess, that sort of thing. So I think it's quite important that we facilitate improving that process and backing the extra mechanism.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Malone.
Hi, yeah, thank you. It's a little bit depressing listening to people, you know, adding to a list of places that they don't want young people to congregate. I mean, young people at the moment, you know, for the past year, they've had their freedom curtailed, they've had their liberty curtailed, they've had everything that they need to develop into responsible citizens curtailed. You know, they're going through things that none of us ever had to go through, growing up. And we're all sitting here saying what a nuisance they are and where we should ban them from. Now, if this is a chronic problem, then I think we should think about the timing slightly, and we should discuss it when things have returned to normal and we see if this alleviates this problem. Doing it now on the back of a year of youth clubs being closed, skate parks being closed, where young people can't meet at home, it looks anti-youth and it looks ill-timed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malone. Councillor Wrigley.
I was just hoping to sum up at the end, Chair. If I
that's okay. Councillor Cox.
So if I can just reassure Councillor Malone, it's not just young people. Some of the people are in their 50s and 60s, and they are causing a nuisance because they get drunk and they basically pass out on the triangle and cause other sort of problems for traders. And the old anti-drinking things have now been replaced. So effectively, in some respects, it's putting back in place what already existed. There is a hardcore of, and I do take the point, we mustn't be an anti-youth thing. The young people of Teignmouth are a credit to our town. I'm really pleased with them. I've been involved with them where they've done social action in clearing up areas that needed clearing up, and they've helped to bring communities together in Bickford's Lane with their work that was done under the auspices of the town council. You know, it was fantastic getting all these 14-year-olds turned, 14 to 15-year-olds turned up and did stuff. So certainly not an anti-young people thing. And Councillor Henderson has been mentioned. He's going to look to work with Youth Genesis to see if we can put some more youth stuff in the town. But actually, this is not just in the past year. This is 2 to 3 years in the making, this, and it really is the last resort. We have regrettably had a stabbing and other issues where people have come from other parts of Devon to sort of have a ruck with some of the people. And so it is sad that it's come to this, and it's not something I like. And I do take his point about vilifying young people. We must avoid that, because I say 99% of young people are good. And I mean, Councillor Andrew McGregor mentioned about the people on the beaches, but let's look at our recycling centres. Those aren't young people who are dumping cardboard and rubbish, and they're no better than people who litter on the beaches. So I think, you know, we're doing this. The older generation is equally to blame as the youngsters, but there's a particular problem in Teignmouth. The police have said they need this to do it. I trust them to do it sensibly, and I think for that reason we should support it. But I take the point about being anti-youth, but I think if you understand the issues, you will see this is not an anti-youth thing, and the town council is looking to put in more things for young people during lockdown and after lockdown.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to initially echo Councillor Malone's points about the current situation and young people being bereft of opportunities to lead normal, sort of healthy, socially, sort of, well, just social lives, really. But my main concern is that what's going to happen when this is enforced? Will the problem just be shifted to another area? Will we have sort of other ward members coming with requests for crackdowns in their areas. I think I would have liked to have seen some kind of positive response in terms of dealing with the issues that are arising, rather than just sort of resorting to an approach which is likely to, unfortunately, to sort of move the issue onto another area. Just finally, also, maybe I misheard Councillor David Cox. I thought I heard him refer to somebody working with the eugenicists, but perhaps he could clarify what he actually said.
Thank you, Councillor Patch. Councillor Orme.
I'd really like to just reiterate what Councillor Cox said, that it isn't just an issue with young people. It does cover the whole spectrum of all age groups. And here in Teignmouth, it has been an ongoing issue. It's not something that's just been the last year. It has been going on for some time. And we do trust our local police to make sensible and sensitive judgments when dealing with antisocial elements. I would like to also say that it's incredibly important that we help young people and we support them now and in the future. It's been an absolutely dreadful year, not just for them, for everybody, but particularly young people, and there isn't a great deal for them to do here in Teignmouth. So we really do need, as an aside, to focus on the future for them and support them, and not just seem that we're pushing them away and that we're forcing them to go elsewhere, or that we think they're behaving in an antisocial way, because they certainly don't all behave like that. And we need to support our young people.
Thank you, Councillor Orme. Councillor Swain.
Thank you, Chair. Others have already made my point, really, so I'll be brief. But I want to welcome what Councillor Malone said about young people and the challenges that they face. Absolutely agree with him, and I think that's a very constructive approach to it. But as the antisocial behaviour champion, I'm also very aware that our team within the council are very competent and using a wide variety of initiatives to get the best that they can from this issue, which is quite challenging. And I have confidence and support that team in putting in place just one of the tools that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swain. Councillor Connett.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's unfortunate that the start of a conversation appeared to focus on young people, and as other colleagues have said, it's not, the proposed restriction is not age limited. It affects behaviour. It's not about young people or older people. It's generally about the type of behaviour. The order itself is proposed to be made for 3 years, subject to review. And just to give you an example, it doesn't stop people congregating. It's about behaviour. And what the order says is that the people who are congregating, of whatever age, shall not swear, shout, act in a manner as to cause annoyance, harassment, alarm or distress to any person within the restricted area or land adjacent to it, or anyone living nearby. It strikes me as being perfectly reasonable. Young people can congregate as well as older people. It's about the behaviour. It's not sectioning one group of people from another. And I think the conversation needs to be had about how we support Teignmouth. And I think this is an appropriate and measured response to the difficulties that have been experienced in the town, from what other colleagues have said, by people of all ages. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Russell.
But I've lowered it. But I mean, I just take on board everything that has been said. It is not an easy decision to make, but the representations to the town council have been so strong, and in fact, there was an assault on a bowler last year by a group of young people, which was quite alarming at the time, and it was dealt with by the police, and it is a recorded act. So sometimes things can get really out of hand, and it needs to be curtailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor McGregor. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I didn't hear you there. My internet's playing up a little bit. I just wanted to come back on the youth side. I would like to pay tribute to the children who cleared up the skate park after the storms with very small brushes, clearing away sand and detritus from the promenade. And I think that's a testament to the youth of Teignmouth as well, that they are prepared to muck in and get stuff done.
Thank you, Councillor Wrigley. Sorry, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Wrigley, you'd like to sum up now?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for all of those contributions. Councillor Malone and Swain, yes, absolutely, about working with the youth, and Councillor Cox for bringing up all the different aspects there. I too am impressed and amazed by the young people within Teignmouth. They are coming out and doing all sorts of things, some examples we've heard of today. This is not an action aimed at young people. This is not also the only action. The council continues to support many more positive interventions and more subtle interventions with things like our Turning Corners programs and many other community safety programs that continue on, helping people to try to intervene before they get into trouble. And that is a much better route. And we'll obviously continue to promote those and push those in favour of getting to this point. This PSPO has been deemed necessary, and I think you've heard the testimony from Teignmouth councillors all over, and it is about preventing the antisocial behaviour that is coming from abuse and misuse of alcohol and other substances. It's not about suppressing the youth, and I think it would be good if this council can think in future and work in future, and I'd like to ask ONS to look at what we do in terms of youth provision across the patch and how we can improve that and what we can do in the future, and that would be most welcomed. But in the meantime, this is a necessary action to help prevent the antisocial behaviour and the abuse and misuse of alcohol in the specific areas of Teignmouth, and please support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wrigley. So a proposal from Councillor Wrigley, seconded by Councillor Linda Petherick. Can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
4.
Councillor Bullivant.
4.
Councillor Clarence.
4.
Councillor Colclough.
4.
Councillor Connett.
4.
Councillor David Cox.
4.
Councillor Hugh Cox.
4.
Councillor Dawes.
4.
Councillor Eden. Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Foden.
4.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
4.
Councillor Gribble. Councillor Haynes.
4.
Councillor Hayes.
4.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
4.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
4.
Councillor Jeffrey.
4.
Councillor Jeffries.
4.
Councillor Jenks.
4.
Councillor Keeling.
4.
Councillor Carswell.
4.
Councillor McGregor.
4.
Councillor Morgan.
4.
Councillor Malone.
Against.
Councillor Nutley.
4.
Under the chair.
Councillor Nuttall.
4.
Councillor Orme.
4.
Councillor Parker Khan.
4.
Councillor Patch.
4.
Councillor Peart.
4.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
4.
Councillor Purser.
4.
Councillor Rollison.
4.
Councillor Russell.
4.
Councillor Swain.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Thorne.
4.
Councillor Toome.
4.
Councillor Wrigley.
4.
Councillor Parker.
4.
Councillor John Petherick.
4.
That's carried, Chair.
Thank you for that. Item 9 on the agenda, the recommendation from the executive, notice of motion, equality and representation. This was a notice of motion that we considered some months ago, and now it's recommended back to us by Councillor Nina Jeffries. I'm going to invite Councillor Nina Jeffries to present it to us. There are actually 11 parts to this, so I hope that Councillor Jeffries' presentation covers the 11 parts and that we just need to vote once on this item. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read through all 11 parts because everybody has got the paperwork, and I feel that it's gone to enough committees for all councillors to know that. So I just briefly want to make a statement and an update. And I've got a couple of excerpts from members of the community and community groups that have written to me that I'd just like to put forward in support, if that's okay. So I just want to firstly extend my thanks to everybody that's worked on this, and that's to all members of staff within the council, those on committees and councillors that have worked on this motion. There are a huge amount of parts to this, and an incredible amount of work has gone on. This motion today continues to reflect our continuing commitment to change. I've said before at a couple of meetings that 2020 was fundamental in bringing to the fore the experiences and representation of those of us in diverse communities and what we face. The issues have by no means gone away. Though you may sometimes see them in the press from time to time, but I'm still getting feedback from children, from parents, from community groups, from friends and colleagues of their experiences right across the board, and some of which are still quite upsetting, obviously, to hear. So today, I'd just like to read an excerpt from a community group that has come forward from Chudley. And I felt that their letter, which has been an open letter, was extremely interesting. I just wanted to read a short part of it, just thanking us for the work that we're doing on this notice of motion, really. So it's from Search, which is a social and environmental action around Chudley. Some of you may know of this group or be involved with it. So they've written to me to just say thank you for the work that we're doing, and to bring to my attention some of the work that they're doing in Chudley and what they're committed to. Their work was brought about, they say, by recent events which prompted a number of people from the community that are of colour to share their personal and heartfelt experiences in their town, in Chudley. They told of the racism they suffer on a regular basis, ranging from direct, explicit abuse to more subtle, insidious discrimination. Some have shared that Chudley was the worst place for racism that they have experienced in their lifetime. These are painful collective memories amongst us. They're obviously recognised by this group, and a long-standing issue in Chudley in their experience. They find the situation desperately sad and unacceptable, and they condemn in the strongest terms any form of racism in our town, and we stand in support and solidarity with the victims of racist abuse. So further down here, they say they thank us, Cambridge District Council, that we have changed our policies and resources, and that we've enhanced in October and July respectively to racism in our communities. So I just want to finish with, I'm sure you will agree that it's quite difficult to listen to and read, and I'm sure many councillors have had similar letters like that from constituents when they've heard that we've been working on this, or may have spoken to their friends or family members about the experiences people may be having. One of the main ways of tackling racism and discrimination in any community is to go straight to the policies first, to look at how we're dealing with that, to make sure that we've got the opportunity to discuss things openly for people. So I'm just saying today, thank you very much again for everybody's work on this, and I hope that you will accept this notice of motion. Thank you.
I would like to second, please, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Petherick.
I've worked on this as well with Sally and Lena, and I'm going to support it. But just on motion number 7, which did come to our group, number 2, do you have an equalities policy, yes or no? If yes, please upload a copy. I've had conversations with a couple of people, and the question's been, well, does that mean if you haven't got one, you won't get a grant? So I wondered if we could put in brackets there, will not affect your application if you haven't got something like that. Please.
Would that be acceptable, Councillor Jeffries?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. It's not supposed to cause any confusion, but that's fine.
But rather than have an amendment, yeah. Okay. Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chair. I think no one would question the sort of the validity and where this is coming from, this motion, and the sentiment and the aims of it. I just have one particular point I'd like to raise regarding on the section which reads motions number 2 and 4, under the paragraph bracketed 4, which talks about reviewing the curriculums for primary school through GCSE A level, etc. I'd wonder whether a word might render this a bit unrealistic and unachievable. Just to read it, it says, review the primary school GCSE A-level national curriculum with a view to ensuring that the historical record of the British Empire is treated in a way which fully takes account of slavery, the actions and views of historical figures, etc. I think well, firstly, I'd recognise that we're not pedagogical experts. We're not versed in advising national government how to revise specifically the curricula. And I think if the word fully is included, then I do fear for primary school children in particular that will be overwhelmed with this material, because of the fact that if we were to fully take account of slavery, the actions of historical figures, etc., there would be no room in the curriculum to teach anything else. So while I think there ought to be recognition of these issues, I would suggest maybe the word fully might not sit comfortably there.
Councillor Jeffries, are you happy to accept that slight amendment?
Yeah, if I could respond as well.
Yes, please do. Yeah.
Having been a child that grew up in this society in Devon, actually, and going to school here, Councillor Patch, I would have loved to have some education about my own history within the classroom. And as an educator and teacher, I've written curriculum and I know how easy it is to include it. Thank you.
Yep. Just for clarification, Chair, I'm not disputing that this needs to be included. I just question setting forward that it fully takes account of all of these issues, because as I said, if it were to fully take into account the extent and scope of these very important issues, there would be no room in the agenda for teaching anything else.
Thank you, Councillor Patch. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to come back to a point made by Councillor Linda Petherick regarding the equality policies that small groups might have or not have, and just ask whether or not we could, as a council, have support in place should they require any assistance, because small groups applying for small grants don't necessarily have the resources in place to put into action a process that gets a fully detailed equality policy in place. And it'd be nice if we could support groups so that they are getting the support they need to get it right first time.
Thank you. Councillor Malone.
Thank you. Yeah, like Councillor Patch, if I have a problem with any of this, and I do, like him, appreciate where it's coming from, it's with the parts motions 2 and 4, and a decision to start teaching the oppressive truth of the British Empire in schools. Now, since history in schools was taken over by sort of Frankfurt School politics and Eric Hobsbawm, we haven't learned anything about the British Empire in schools for years. Certainly not since. I mean, I grew up in the British Empire. I wasn't taught about it in schools. I don't think any of us were. So it's not even on the agenda. So I don't know where there's a point of we have to start looking at it in a different way, when we're not looking at it at all at the moment. Now, if there was something, I mean, I appreciate we're having to be economical with words and not go on and on here, so it's not covering everything, but it seems to me a little bit simplistic. If there's something, I think a starting point is if we want to put the British Empire on the curriculum, then that's a starting point. I mean, there are some great books on the British Empire. This one is one of the best, and it's written by Kwesi Kwarteng, who is from Ghana. And there are some great books on the British Empire written by, former colonial subjects, but they're about history. They're about history. They're not about having a sense of victimhood, and they're not about pseudo-sociology, and they're not about social engineering, which I kind of get a sense that this is. We're going to talk about history, talk about it as history. I don't have any fondness for this sort of toxic vogue of making our children feel like they're either the sum of their grandfather's maladies, and either from a bloodline of victimhood or heirs to tyranny and abuse. Or what you're doing there is taking two kids who were happily playing together and telling them how much baggage they need to get over before they can carry on. I think if we're going to talk about history, you know, talk about history. But before I moved here, I lived in Peckham, and I do miss my children having that diversity. And I think one thing we haven't mentioned here, maybe because it's too obvious, is that for BAME people, you know, Devon is still the Wild West, really, and you have to be very brave to move here simply because you'll be part of a group that's very sparsely represented. So I think what we need to do more than anything is think about how we can welcome those that are pioneers and choose to come, and by all means target those groups with, you know, a Move to Devon campaign. I'm all for diversity, and I'm all for those who are here having the comfort of greater numbers. But I think we need to concentrate on sharing our bounty rather than sharing our white guilt. That's the overriding feeling that I have from this. But it's mainly with parts 2 and 4. I do fully support the thrust and the reasons behind the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moan. A number of members have indicated they would like to speak. I think it would be appropriate perhaps to invite Councillor Jeffries back at the end to sum up. Are you okay with that, Councillor Jeffries? Fine. So the next person is Councillor Bullivant.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, really. Was totally understand and support the idea of all of these motions. In our procedural rules, 493, motions must be about matters which are related to the responsibilities of the council. We're not responsible for the education system. That's a Devon County Council issue. Can we phrase these in a way which gives us the focus without breaching the procedural rules that we have? Because we're talking about issues we have no control or input into.
I think that this refers to the leader of the council writing to the Secretary of State for Education.
Well, I'm looking at 2 and 3 here.
Oh, sorry.
Motion numbers 2 and 4, sorry. But again, we have no responsibility for education. So I just want to, yes, we should do it, but how could we do it in a way which doesn't contravene our procedural rules? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, but I think it's suggesting the leader of the council writes to the Secretary of State for Education on this one.
And if I can help, Chairman, I think Councillor Bullivant is partly right. Motions are not just about the council, but about the district. And regard to 2 and 4, as you quite rightly point out, the request is that as leader of the council, I write to the Secretary of State for Education on what is at 4, 5 and 6, which is well within the gift of the council to ask its leader to do.
I'm happy if that's the case. Thank you for clarification.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Eden.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm minded of that expression, don't let perfection be the enemy of good. What this, and I fully support it, what these motions do, and I'm referring back to the school and education one, is seek to address a massive gulf in the understanding and education of all our children. And it's to add in the word fully, if you take out fully, you get left with the horrible civil service possibility of someone saying, oh, we've taken account of it. Look, it's a footnote on page 305. What this very well worded suggestion here does is it shifts a situation where at the moment, I feel like we're talking about including our communities as though it's a sort of a bit of an afterthought that maybe we will or won't do. History is difficult. People can try and define what history is till their cows come home. But we know that we have a problem with racism. We have a day-to-day problem. We had Packies Go Home written in the sand.
Councillor Eden, please.
What?
Well, I think that was rather unpleasant, that remark then.
It was an unpleasant fact of racism. Okay. That I'm drawing attention to. And if we try and hide in the shadows about what's actually happening in our streets, our beaches, and our classrooms and inside our homes, we are failing our diverse community and we become even more irrelevant. Please, let's pass all of these measures. They are the beginning of something very important, necessary and good.
Thank you, Councillor Eden. Thank you. Councillor Parker Khan.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a really important motion, and I wanted to address the bit about numbers 4 and 5 around the educational element. And again, somebody said it already, and this is about writing to the Secretary of State rather than drafting curriculum ourselves. However, it's vitally important that we do have that broad and balanced overview of historical events, not to apportion blame, not to apportion guilt for those of us who share dual mixed heritage. You don't want to war within yourself, but it's important that there's really clear representation from both sides, from all sides actually, so that you get a full picture of things that went on, and this is my full support in all areas.
Thank you, Sarah Parker Khan. Councillor Cox.
Chairman, we don't need to import ethnic minorities and people of colour. My daughters are mixed race. They were born in Devon. They are young Devonian women, and they are women of colour. And I find it slightly offensive. And and as a parent, I've had to deal with some of the horrible, ugly racism. So let's pass this and pass it as it is. We really do need to get over some things. I'm sort of so appalled what's gone on here. This is we need to fight racism now and here, and we need to stop sweeping it under the carpet. It really is. Frankly, there are people still out there, and we need to face that and forget moving statues. Fight racism today, not from what happened 100 years ago. And, as I say, this council had Terry Falco as a member before. We've, really, we don't need to import people, and we need to treat people as people. We need to end racism. And I think what Councillor Jeffries has bravely and, it must be very personal for her, has done with this has been really good. And I think we should back it 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back with a procedural point. Just following up Councillor Bullivant's point and then the response. I note that motions 2 and 4, as has been clarified, are allowing the Leader of the Council to write to the Secretary of State for Education. I'm not sure the Leader needs our permission really to write to the Secretary of State. In his position of Leader, his predecessor was a great letter writer on various issues to members of the government, and I'm not sure that on each occasion he had to ask permission of the council to write letters. So I'd just like to reassure him that if he wants to write letters in the future, he doesn't need my particular sanction.
Thank you, Councillor Patch. I mean, it's a recommendation. Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I just want to say I fully support this. No ifs, no buts, no other weasel words. And it's time we did this and did this quickly. And I'd like to thank all of the people on this council who have worked on this. I'm proud to stand by this motion and fully support it. Thank you, Councillor Wrigley. Councillor Malone.
Hi, I'd just like to clarify, we're all I don't think any of us have any truck with racism. I don't think we should suggest that those that are questioning what's the wording of what is a very long document, after all, do so. That's a little bit. I'd also like to agree with Councillor Patch. The one part that I had an issue with, and that he has an issue with, is simply a letter, which I think, if the leader of the Lib Dem executive, if this reflects his thoughts, I think he can just stick a stamp on an envelope and pop it in a post box. I think that's so. I think my reservations are moot in any case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rollison.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to support the sentiments of Councillors Cox and Wrigley and others that say we should accept this motion as is, and because Nina and all those that have supported her in the production of it have done a fantastic job, and it's such an important issue. It really does have to be dealt with now, and we take it in its entirety. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you very much indeed. The Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just a little bit thought I should come back on what Councillor Malone said. Yes, I could put a letter and stick a stamp on it, stick it in the letterbox. But actually, the import of this is the fact that the council spent some time considering this motion and has asked its leader to write on behalf of the council. I'm not just another white face trying to say what it's like for people. The good thing about this motion is that it's come through a lot of reflection, and it reflects the combined thoughts of the council. Councillor Malone, if you don't agree, you too can stick a stamp on a letter and write to the Secretary of State and tell him what you think too. But my job, if council want me to do it, is to write to the Secretary of State on behalf of the council. I think that carries some weight. What weight the Secretary of State will put in it, I don't know, but I think it's another message to government about the way we would like to see things happen. I'm sorry you may not entirely agree. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Leader. Members, I'm conscious of the time that this is taking. There are another two people that want to speak for the second time. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. But also as a parent of mixed race children, I just really want to emphasise, I think the effort and work that's been put in by Councillor Jeffries and others has been absolutely commendable. I will unreservedly support this motion. I would like to just say that I think it's important that in writing a letter and sticking a stamp on an envelope, that the leader has the full support of the council. And I would like also to think that we can work with other councils around about the work done by Councillor Jermaine Alia down in Torbay. It's very similar to the work that Councillor Jeffries is doing. And it's really, really refreshing to see that we are starting to make some inroads into this really rather difficult subject. And I think it's commendable that the efforts that have been made. And I really do commend Councillor Jeffries on this one. It's fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Jeffries, would you like to sum up now, please?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I mean, just from hearing the debate today, although it's gone round to numerous committees, numerous times, and all of the points have been discussed and agreed before, it is clearly quite an emotive subject still, and one that is not going to go away. So as long as we have transient communities and movement within the district of all types of people, this is something that we still need to continue discussing, whether it's educationally, environmentally, or any other reason. It's always going to be around. There will always be diverse communities, and we will have them within our local community and within our. Thank you very much. I hope that this gets passed today.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, so it's been proposed and seconded. So members, can we go to the vote, please?
Chair, there's a couple of amendments that members have suggested.
Yes.
And I wanted to know if Councillor Jeffries and Councillor Morgan, who seconded, were happy with those before we go to the vote. Now, the first one was proposed by Councillor Linda Petherick, which was motion 7, and it was to do with the equalities, and then we wanted to put in brackets, if you do not have a policy, it will not affect your application. So Councillor Jeffries, were you happy to take that amendment to the recommendations on?
Yes.
And Councillor Morgan, were you happy to support that?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second proposal, Councillor Patch raised, and it was in motion 2 and 4, and it was about the word fully. Councillor Patch, I don't know if there's a proposal or a suggestion that the word fully be removed from that notice of from that wording. Councillor Jeffries, was that something you wanted to take on?
So excuse me, I didn't present that formally as an amendment.
Right.
I was just making a point really about the use of that word.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll disregard that one, so it's just a one amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, there was another amendment that I'd heard from the leader that motions number 2 and 4, the leader of the council write to Secretary of State for Education on behalf of the council, which isn't actually in the original motion. So if that's what the sentiment of the council is, I think that ought to be on the motion.
Okay, Councillor Patch, when we write and a notice of motion has been agreed, it's always really clear that the motion was agreed by the council. So therefore, that is put in the letter anyway.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So can we go to the vote now, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
4.
Councillor Bullivant.
4.
Councillor Clarence.
4. And if I can excuse myself from the meeting, please, I've got another appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Colclough.
4.
Councillor Connett.
4.
Councillor David Cox.
4.
Councillor Hugh Cox.
4.
Councillor Dawes.
4.
Councillor Eden. Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Foden.
4.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
4.
Councillor Haynes.
4.
Councillor Hayes.
4.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
4.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
4.
Councillor Jeffrey.
4.
Councillor Jeffries.
4.
Councillor Jenks.
4.
Councillor Keeling.
4.
Councillor Kerswell.
4.
Councillor McGregor.
4.
Councillor Morgan.
4.
Councillor Malone.
Yeah, 4.
Councillor Nutley.
4.
Councillor Nuttall.
4.
Councillor Orme.
4. I agree. 4.
Councillor Parker Khan.
4.
Councillor Patch.
4.
Councillor Piet.
4.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
4.
Councillor Purser.
4.
Councillor Rollison.
4.
Councillor Russell.
4.
Councillor Swain.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Thorne.
4.
Councillor Toombe.
4.
Councillor Wrigley.
4.
Councillor Parker.
4.
Councillor John Petherick.
4.
Carried unanimously, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, I'm conscious of the time and the fact that we have another 4 items on the agenda. So I'm going to suggest that we take another 10-minute comfort break. It's now 1:30. Could you all be back for 1:40, please? And please switch off your microphones and video before you go. Thank you.
Chairman, can I give my apologies for the rest of the meeting? I have to take my husband to an outpatient's appointment.
Most certainly.
Thank you.
And I'll have to do the same, Chairman.
Okay.
Not for the same reason.
No, that's okay. I hope your back is better, Colin. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Can I just say I'm probably going to have to go in about 20 minutes anyway.
Okay.
Well, okay, cheers.
And me.
Sorry, can I apologise if I'm going to be late back because I'm single parenting at the moment. I have to feed several kids.
Chair, it's 10 minutes has gone by, so we're going to have to do another roll call to check
Yes,
who's
please.
here.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
Present.
Councillor Bullivant.
Present.
Councillor Colclough. Councillor Connett.
Present.
Councillor David Cox.
Present.
Councillor Hugh Cox. Councillor Dawes.
Present.
Councillor Eden. Councillor Evans.
Present.
Councillor Foden.
Present.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
Present.
Councillor Haynes.
Present.
Councillor Hayes. Councillor Hocking. Councillor Gordon Hook.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
Present.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Present.
Councillor Jeffries. Councillor Jenks.
Present.
Councillor Keeling.
Present.
Councillor Carswell.
Present.
Councillor McGregor.
Present, and Councillor Eden sends her apologies. She has
Thank you,
to bear
Councillor
that.
McGregor. Councillor Malone.
Present.
Councillor Nutley.
Present.
Councillor Nuttall.
Present.
Councillor Orme.
Present.
Councillor Parker Khan.
Present, but I will have to leave just before 2 for a COVID recovery meeting, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Patch.
Present.
Councillor Peart.
Present.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
Present.
Councillor Purser.
Present.
Councillor Rollison.
Present.
Councillor Russell.
Present.
Councillor Swain.
Present.
Councillor Taylor.
Present.
Councillor Thorne.
Present.
Councillor Toom.
Present.
Councillor Wrigley.
Present.
Councillor John Petherick.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes is present.
I am present now,
Okay.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Colclough.
And Councillor Hayes.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
My internet just dropped me out and I've had to log back in. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Thank you, members, for rejoining. We have to do a roll call. No, we've done the roll call. Sorry. The next item on the agenda is a recommendation from the executive retention of the £20 universal credit uplift. And I understand that the leader will move this recommendation.
Chairman, I'm happy to move formally. Everyone knows what it is in terms of its content. It was Councillor Cox's motion and I defer to him to speak to hopefully briefly. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to second this. I hope hope that the council will support this unanimously. There is a cost, but the £20 uplift to universal credit, and we're suggesting that that's kept and is extended to legacy benefits, that will in fact go down because legacy benefits will move across to universal credit. It will cost about £6.4 billion, and there will be an additional 1.9 billion for that. But the impact and the effect it will have will be brilliant. It will lift 500,000 people out of poverty, will stop them sliding into poverty, including 200,000 children. From a Teambridge point of view, we've amended our council tax so that people don't lose what they gain from this. And also, if people who are on poorer means tend to get this extra money, they tend to spend it in local shops, and it will help our local economy. So we'll have double benefit to us. So it's got support across the political spectrum nationally, and I hope that we can do that at this council and ask the Chancellor, who did the right thing, who increased it by £20. He did that in March 2020, I think, and that was the right thing to do, to keep it going, to stop people falling into poverty. We still aren't out of the woods regarding the COVID pandemic, and there's likely to be a recession afterwards. We need to show that spirit that we've seen with people working together in Teambridge, working together as volunteers, volunteering for the first time, doing things they never did before. We're looking at sort of, in my neck of the woods, KRA doing Sunday lunches, which is something they never did before with David Matthews. So I would ask that the council supports unanimously the £20 uplift be retained and extended to legacy benefits.
Thank you. Councillor Cox, just to be clear, you're recommending that we write to central government?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. As somebody who's worked in welfare to work historically, I think it's very important that we recognise that when people get into a rut, it's very, very difficult for them to get out of it. I know that there's been some information that's come through from Councillor Nina Jeffries to the exec, and in terms of support that's being developed in getting people back into work or upskilling or reskilling. But it's very important that people don't feel that they are being held back as well by the simple need to balance whether they can heat their home or feed their children. And I think it's really important that we do support this, and I'll be supporting it wholeheartedly. And in terms of the motion going forward and the leader writing to the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Councillor Wrigley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just very briefly, this is so important to the most needy in our society, and £20 a week is a massive uplift. Now, one of the things to remember is that that sort of money goes instantly into the local economy as well. So not only does it help people not have to make the choice of heating their house or feeding their children, it means that we can also support our local businesses. I will be supporting this, and I urge everybody else to do so as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wrigley. So nobody else indicating they want to speak. So can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
For.
Councillor Bullivant.
For.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connett.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Foden.
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
For.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
For.
Councillor Jeffrey.
For.
Councillor Jenks.
For.
Councillor Keeling.
For.
Councillor Carswell.
For.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Malone.
For.
Councillor Nutley.
For.
Councillor Nuttall.
For.
Councillor Orme.
For.
Councillor Parker Khan.
For.
Councillor Patch.
For.
Councillor Purser,
4,
Councillor Rollison,
4,
Councillor Russell,
4,
Councillor Swain,
4,
Councillor Taylor,
4,
Councillor Thorne,
4,
Councillor Toombe,
4,
Councillor Wrigley,
4,
Councillor John Petherick.
4.
Carried unanimously, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, colleague.
Item 11 on the agenda, recommendation from the Strata Joint Executive. Councillor Wrigley is going to present this recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. So what we need after a 3-hour-long council meeting is to go in depth into the minute details of our IT budget for hours upon end. So I have a prepared, no, I don't, it's okay. So I'll be very brief. We have looked at Strata's business plan for the next year. This went through our joint executive committee and the scrutiny committee, so it's been looked at twice by our committees. Strata, as you'll recall, is our joint IT provider between the 3 councils. In order to approve their work each year, this needs to be approved. The business plan needs to be approved by all 3 councils. We are in the deal with Strata. It was a 10-year deal. It runs up to 2024. So this is a continuation of where we are. We have taken out some things within here that we considered not necessary and stripped it back. And we are down to 5 things that we are asking this council to approve alongside Exeter and East Devon. That is the list of proposed savings in their budget. The hardware budgets being returned to East Devon District Council and Teignbridge District Council, appointment of a data analyst post, benchmarking undertaken by the Society of CITM, which I cannot remember what it stands for, the industry body that does it, and the mechanism for work prioritization. Strata budgets are set up in an extremely strange manner in that in any way they show their spending or bits and pieces, they call it savings. It's down to the way it's constructed. It is very confusing to look at, and I really wouldn't ask you to give yourself a headache by trying to figure out why. In essence, this is the minimum budget that we need to provide the services to take us forward and to deliver what we need from Strata. In a couple of years' time, we need to have a debate about Strata and the future of it so that we can determine after 2024 what we do. But this is what we need to approve today to continue the operation of not only our council, but the other 2 councils as well. It was gone through in quite some detail by the previous 2 committees that looked at it. So I now put it in front of you for your approval and would like to ask for a seconder, please.
I'll second that, Chair.
Seconded by Councillor McGregor. Thank you. Councillor Bullivant.
Just a quick point of clarity, please. Can the portfolio holder explain why Teignbridge councillors pay £400 a year for their computers when East Devon have them provided free by Strata, and why Teignbridge councillors have to meet the cost of all their stationery requirements when East Devon have their costs covered by Strata as well, please?
Councillor, that's not an item in the report in front of you, nor is it under consideration right now. The arrangements for iPads, I think you brought up before, that was a decision made by the previous administration, and in fact, councillors do not pay for their iPads, but I think we'll probably differ on that.
Okay, so we have a proposal and it's been seconded. Can we go to the vote, please, members?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
Abstain.
Councillor Bullivant.
Against.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connett.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes. Councillor Dawes.
Sorry, abstain.
Councillor Evans,
4.
Councillor Foden,
4.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury,
4.
Councillor Haynes,
4.
Councillor Hayes,
4.
Councillor Gordon Hook,
4.
Councillor Jackie Hook,
4.
Councillor Jeffrey,
Abstain.
Councillor Jenks,
4.
Councillor Keeling,
4.
Councillor Carswell,
Abstain.
Councillor McGregor,
4.
Councillor Malone,
Abstain.
Councillor Nutley,
4.
Councillor Nuttall,
4.
Councillor Orme,
Abstain.
Councillor Parker Khan,
Abstain.
Councillor Patch,
Abstain.
Councillor Peart,
Abstain.
Councillor Linda Petherick,
4.
Councillor Purser,
4.
Councillor Rollison,
4.
Councillor Russell,
Against.
Councillor Swain,
4.
Councillor Taylor,
4.
Councillor Thorne,
4.
Councillor Toome,
Against.
Councillor Wrigley,
4.
Councillor John Petherick.
4.
Can I just check how Beryl Austin voted, please? I just wanted to check, but it's been carried, Chair.
Okay. So thank you for that, Sarah. Item 12 on the agenda, members' allowances. I refer you to page 109 to 114 of our agenda. And I request now that the member for Corporate Resources, Councillor Keeling, presents the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The IRP, the Independent Remuneration Panel, recommends to full council that the following changes to the membership allowance scheme with effect from the 3rd of September 2020. 1. The special responsibility allowance for the chairs of overview and scrutiny by a multiple of 1.1 and vice chairs of overview and scrutiny committees be a multiple of 0.3. 2. The special responsibility allowance for the chair of licensing and regulatory committee be a multiple of 0.75 and the vice chair of licensing and regulatory committee be a multiple of 0.4. And 3. The special responsibility allowance for the voting executive member without portfolio be a multiple of 1.1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Proposal from Councillor Keeling. Would somebody like to second that?
I will, Chairman. Thank you.
Seconded by the Leader of the Council. Councillor Agent Patch. Councillor Patch, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I'm sure that many of us can recall reasonably well the debate that was had not that long ago regarding the splitting of the overview and scrutiny committees to create two committees where there was one beforehand, where lots of us were very steadfastly unconvinced of the need for this. And the extra expense indeed that would incur. Now, I'd also put that alongside the provision of the non-voting executive member for the Conservative representative. And looking at the table that's set out in the papers, those together add 14,000, well, in excess of £14,000 to the budget for SRAs. Now, the changes that sort of many might see as not actually required to improve the functioning of this council, that £14,000 in excess of £14,000 constitutes more than 10% of the SRA budget. Now, I'm just sort of placing this in context of the the sort of hand-wringing about the expenses, rather the state of the budget that we heard earlier on, to justify what some might see the sort of token sort of virtue signalling gesture of sort of not having a cost of living increase for members' allowances. So at the same time as increasing the budget for SRAs by £14,000. Now, I'd admit Councillor Dawes used the word a short while ago, chumocracy. It's not one I've come across before. I shall have to look that up. But in terms of the creation of an extra committee chair and vice chair filled by Lib Dem members, and the extra sort of paid role for the Conservative member on the executive, I do sort of have in my mind questions of does this reflect somehow jobs for the boys, or rather sort of council taxpayers' money for the boys? And I would suggest that, and the paper set out in our document pack suggests that we might want to put forward alternative proposals. I would suggest that if those if extra expenditure for those roads is to be included, perhaps overall the allowances for SRAs could be reduced pro rata to account for that extra £14,000 that's gone onto the budget for SRAs. I'll formally move that as a proposal.
Sorry, you're making an amendment then?
I'd like to put that forward as an amendment, if anybody would be minded to back it.
I think you're going to have, well, we'll come back to that later, but I think you're going to have to define exactly what you're saying there, Councillor Patch.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. That the in incorporating the extra SRAs for the extra chair of ONS, the extra vice chair of the ONS, and the extra position of non-voting member of the executive, that the £14,000 or in excess of £14,000 expenditure on the SRA budget that comes as a result of this, that this £14,000, that figure be used to pro rata reduce down the SRAs for all members who receive SRAs, so that the decision to create the new position for the exec member and the new committee does not incur this extra expenditure.
So Councillor Patch has proposed an amendment. Is there a seconder for Councillor Patch's amendment?
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, Councillor Malone. Councillor Bullivant.
As I'm personally affected by one of these decisions, I don't think it would be appropriate for me to take part in any voting on what decisions the council chooses to adopt. The only question I would ask is that there is a comment about the legal implications. Could we have just a broader expansion of what those legal implications are, please? The avoidance of a doubt, I'm talking about on page 109, before making any changes to its allowances scheme. Just what are the implications that the solicitor is referring to?
So do we have a legal representative present? You're muted, Sarah.
It wasn't the person that actually made the comments on the report. I understand that they're implying that you just need to have due consideration to the independent remuneration panel's recommendations. But as it says, you can have any alternative. You don't have to take on their recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Patch has misguided himself. The 14,000 refers to the full cost if no changes are made. If I take members back to the meeting last September, Council agreed to create two overview and scrutiny committees, and it also agreed to abolish one of the regulatory committees. So that was abolished. The appointment to the executive is a gift to the leader, or in the responsibility of the leader. And members may well recall that I said at the September council meeting that any appointments made in terms of the new committees, etc., would have to be dealt with on the current members' remuneration that existed, but we would ask the independent remuneration panel to meet early and to make its considered recommendations back to council, which is what these are, Chairman. So in essence, the net increase cost of the special responsibility allowances is not £14,068, but £7,177, Chairman. That's the full in-year cost. What Councillor Patch may also have neglected to consider is the fact that the council has met virtually since first lockdown and is going to continue meeting virtually at least until May, unless the government extend it. So there have been no travel costs for the council. So there is a saving both in current financial year and in the first 3 months of the next financial year. So this should be broadly neutral, Chairman. Now, the important consideration then is how does the council wish to run? And the two overview and scrutiny committees, I believe, are working well and doing better than the one large one. And certainly we changed the licensing and regulatory to have one committee, Chairman. So there are demonstrable changes and benefits. The council can choose not to follow the advice of the independent remuneration panel. And if Councillor Patch is happy that the overall cost should be 14,000, then that's a matter for him to put there. But actually the recommendation of the IRP is that the changes that they are recommending as independent people who have considered these matters is a change in the SRAs, and this will give 7,177 based on the changes that council has made. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry that the leader misheard what I actually said. I did not state a net increase figure. I added up the figures in the table that's presented in the report of the new post for the ONS committee chair, the new post for the deputy chair of ONS, and the new position that's been created on executive. That comes to in excess of £14,000. Now, I did not assert that as a net increase figure. There is a net increase, though, which results from these overall changes. And I would, for simplification, let's look at the net increase then figure. I would sort of maybe word my proposed amendment in terms of there be no net increase in the figure. And in order to do that, to incorporate the new positions created, then perhaps the existing positions and all positions be prorated down so that the overall budget for SRAs is the same as it might otherwise have been without these new positions having been created.
So you're now altering the wording of your amendment, Councillor Patch. Could you just redefine exactly what it is? And I'll ask Councillor Malone if he agrees with that.
Sure. Okay. That the overall budget for SRAs take into account the notion not to have an increase in the overall budget as a result of the creation of these new positions, but instead pro rata adjustments be made to all SRAs so that the overall budget for SRAs remains as it would otherwise have been without the creation of these new positions.
Thank you. Are you content with that amendment to the amendment, Councillor Malone?
I'll be honest. It's the wording was slightly beyond me, so it might be best if someone else seconds this motion.
Oh, so would somebody like to second Councillor Patch's motion?
I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, and you're happy with the amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you. I'll just lower my hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all I wanted to say was the backtracking and talking about what fees were paid some time ago. I think it's just the sort of smoke screen and some element of confusion about this. I think what Councillor Patch is talking about are real monies at this point in time and proposing to have real savings. Taking the point of the two ONS groups, well, that's a matter of opinion. I think many people would disagree with that. And when the two ONS groups came into being, it did squeak through on a tiniest of votes in the good old days when the Lib Dems had a majority. So I'm not sure that's going to be a prevailing view for very long. But I am happy to back Adrian Patch's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malone.
Thank you. I think, however we slice up the sums here, the optics of this just aren't very good. We're at a time when you're you're saying that the common foot soldiers of the members should, you know, take it on the chin. There isn't any money, you know, fair enough. But then why are we doing this? And I will never understand why there exists a non-voting Conservative place on the executive. I don't think it's affordable. I don't think it makes sense, and I don't think it's politically healthy. Politics, when it's healthy, it is adversarial for a reason, and to an extent it must remain adversarial. This has the appearance of a sort of club at the top, and it doesn't look good, and I wouldn't want to vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Malone. Councillor Keeling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And can I say that my position on the executive was voted in by the group. It wasn't appointed by anybody. And I was very pleased for the support of my group. And that is the same for each executive member. We are voted into place. And for clarity, can I just explain something for the public more so? That the independent remuneration panel is made up of five representatives from our community who are business and voluntary sector. They're not connected in any way. In fact, to be on that committee, if you were putting yourself forward as a councillor, you wouldn't get onto that committee. So these are independent people that have looked at this. And don't forget, we've just turned down, a pay increase as such, which is, very small compared with the hours that each of the executive members actually put in. And can I also say that, the Councillor Stephen Purser has been invaluable on that executive, invaluable. And I have spoken to him on many occasions, and he's a professional accountant in a previous life as such, and well respected on this council, well respected as such. But I just thought I'd put that clarity in there. Also on committees, councillors reflect that, the chair and the vice chair are voted in by those committees. They're not just given as a given, they are voted in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Keeling. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my professional life, I always recommend that trustees claim their travel expenses and their meal allowances. And why do I do that? Because people make a virtue out of not claiming their expenses and not claiming their things, because effectively it means being a volunteer or being a trustee for a charity, it excludes people who are poor, because the people who can afford to not take expenses embarrass the people who would need to take expenses to contribute something to a charity. When I was very, very young, I was an officer cadet in the Territorial Army, and I was doing my officer training. I didn't claim my pay. And someone said to me, quite rightly, I was being very selfish, and they were quite right, because I could afford to serve without taking pay, without taking travelling things. Not everyone could do that. And it's quite right that people who do voluntary work are not out of pocket because of it. It isn't a king's ransom that executive members get, and they put an awful lot of hours in. And Councillor Purser has been invaluable. Councillor Purser, I remember Councillor Purser being involved in the credit crunch when we thought credit crunch was the worst thing that could happen to a country, being involved in that. Councillor Purser's great abilities and knowledge, and it's because of those, not of his political affiliation, that he's on the executive, are important to this council. We have to pull together to get through the pandemic, and we're quite right to put Councillor Purser on the executive. So at the end of the day, the council will end up, because of the travel savings on travel, will end up no worse off for doing this. And I believe that the two overview and scrutinies do increase the efficiency of the council. Quite right to combine licensing and licensing and the others. I think those committees needed to be put into one, and that's worked very well. So I think it's working well. I think it's right, and we shouldn't be ashamed to pay people some remuneration for the work they do. And in fact, in some ways, it's selfish not to, because otherwise we would make being a councillor, as Councillor Eden earlier said, the preserve of the rich and the powerful, or the retired, and we need a whole cross section of the community involved in council. So I think we should back this.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. No more blue hands. So if we need to go to the vote first. Oh, sorry, Councillor Orme. You need to unmute yourself, Councillor Orme. Councillor Orme, you need to unmute yourself.
I agree with the remuneration for councillors who are poorer, to encourage them to be able to participate and fully represent their communities. I will be abstaining because I'm not certain of the efficacy of 2 ONS groups, and I wondered whether there'll be a review into whether this should continue in its current format. So I'll be abstaining because I'm not sure that it works in this sense.
Thank you, Councillor Orme. Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Chairman. I did have my hand up before, but I must have mistakenly put it down again. I'm pleased that Alan had referred to the independent remuneration panel, because any queries really can always go back there. But it is a touchy subject all the time. People look at people on the executive, and I've been there myself, and they think, you know, you're getting extra bung for your bit that you do, but it's a lot that people do on the executive, and you know, you don't do these jobs lightly, and David's quite right to say that you know, we must accept the rules as they are. But if there is a really serious dispute, then there is always an alternative review panel to have a look at it. And so I'm quite content with what's gone on. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. So we're going to go to the vote now. Firstly, on Councillor Patch's amendment. Could you just, if you wouldn't mind, Councillor Patch, just redefining what your amendment is, please?
Certainly. Okay. So that the overall budget for the SRA not to be increased as a result of the creation of an additional chair of ONS, an additional vice or deputy chair of ONS, and the creation of a new opposition executive role. And in order for those creations not to increase the overall SRA budget, then all SRAs to be adjusted pro rata in order to maintain that budgetary figure.
Are you okay? You've got that, Sarah? Have you?
That's fine, yeah, and that's to be seconded by Councillor Dawes.
That's right, thank you. So can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Bradford.
For.
Councillor Bullivant.
I said it was inappropriate for me as a...
Yes, sorry, apologies. Councillor Colclough.
Abstain.
Councillor Connett.
Against.
Councillor David Cox.
Against.
Councillor Dawes.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Foden.
Against.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
Abstain.
Councillor Hayes.
Again.
Councillor Gordon Hook.
Oh, nice.
He's left the room. He's not voting.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Hook.
Against.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Jenks. Councillor Keeling.
Against.
For the listeners, Councillor Bullivant, I'll abstain from this item altogether.
Councillor Kerswell.
Abstain.
Councillor McGregor.
Against.
Councillor Malone.
One, that's two. Look.
Councillor Malone.
Sorry, for.
Councillor Nutley.
Against.
All looks.
Councillor Nuttall.
Against.
Councillor Orme.
Abstain. Couldn't say it.
Councillor Patch.
For.
Councillor Peart.
Abstain.
Councillor Petherick. Linda Petherick.
Abstain.
Councillor Purser.
In view of it's about me, I should abstain.
Councillor Rollison.
Against.
Councillor Russell.
Against.
Councillor Swain.
Abstain.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thorne,
Abstain.
Councillor Toom,
For.
Councillor Wrigley,
Against.
Councillor John Petherick.
Against.
That's lost, Chair, that amendment.
Okay, thank you. So we need to go back to the original recommendation from Councillor Keeling. Could you just redefine what the recommendation was? It's the it's the recommendations of the remuneration panel. Is that correct? Yes.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, as set out.
Yeah, and who seconded that?
I did, Chairman.
That's okay. So can we go to the vote on that, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
For.
Councillor Bradford.
Against.
Councillor Colclough.
Against.
Councillor Connett.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Foden.
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
For.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
For.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Abstain.
Councillor Jenks.
Again, I'll abstain.
Councillor Keeling.
For.
Councillor Careswell.
Abstain.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Malone.
Against.
Councillor Nutley.
For.
Councillor Nuttall.
For.
Councillor Orme.
Abstain.
Councillor Patch.
Against.
Councillor Peart.
Abstain.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
Abstain.
Councillor Purser.
Again, abstain.
Councillor Rollison.
For.
Councillor Russell.
For.
Councillor Swain.
Abstain.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
Abstain.
Councillor Toom.
Against.
Councillor Wrigley.
For.
Councillor John Petherick.
For.
That's carried, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Item 13 on the agenda, committee seats and political balance. So I'm looking for a proposer and a seconder to recommend the committee seats and political balance as set out on page 5 of the agenda.
So, Chairman, I'm happy to propose.
Happy to second, Chair.
Second. Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I did indicate that to some that I intended to raise this issue. Members will recall that when we had to go into this situation after the 2000 Act, that the independent group was set up in order to get the correct seat allocation, although obviously the group does meet to discuss other things. The first, and we've only had, this is the third non-aligned councillor we've had since that time. The first one, Rona, ironically, couldn't take a seat on planning because at that time the council decided to apply more strictly the regulations in the Act, so there were no seats for people who were not part of a group. And then it was about 7 years ago, James left the Conservatives and became a sole UKIP councillor on the council. But at that time, we offered him a seat as the council, and I believe it was on scrutiny at the time, but can't find the electronic records. They don't go back that far to see if that was the case. First of all, I wonder whether Councillor Orme has been asked if she's got a preference for which committee she wishes to be on. looking at the table, the differences are only to sort of 2 decimal places. And if you look at the actual act, it says determination so far as reasonably practicable to the principals, which is the fact that they should have the same proportion to the total number of seats on the council. So what we've got here is a situation where, if you look at it in the table that has the no group, it's 0.34 is the highest one. So therefore planning seems to pop up as the one that should be chosen, because as it happens now, planning is the largest committee. I know all the other figures would have to be rejigged, and don't worry, I'm not going to propose anything different today, but I want to flag this up so that it can be reconsidered for the meeting in May. If we know what Councillor Eden's expectations are, perhaps we could have addressed that rather than just saying, right, you're on planning, and maybe she has been asked. But if I could go back to another issue that's been raised in the previous item, this is the 2 overview and scrutiny committees, which members may recall, and I think it was Councillor Dawes pointed to this, it was a fairly narrowly approved thing when there was a Lib Dem majority. There isn't a majority now, and one looks at the figures there, and the total number of seats that the Lib Dem should have across the 2 committees now is actually 12.72 and not 14 as is on the table there. That's across 2 committees. Indeed, that was what was being proposed back in July at our original annual meeting, but then that got changed to the one in September to what gave the independents 1 seat on the strata scrutiny, albeit the figures at that time actually indicated that it should have been a second Lib Dem seat. So what I'm driving at here, Chairman, and we have now got a new committee that's going to be formed shortly, the Constitution Committee, which presumably will have to go onto this table as well in due course. We may look at recombining the overview and scrutiny committees, as was indicated earlier in what people were saying, and it was sold to members or given to members of the view that it was just see if it works or not. And I know some members in my group have expressed the view or not, and that's been expressed again this afternoon. So it may be that will be recombined. So when we come to review it all, and there may have been other changes in numbers by then, it's only a few months between now and the annual meeting. I will certainly be raising this then, and I expect to see account taken of what the wishes of any unaligned member is, so that they might have their wishes addressed if that's possible. That's all I want to say at this point, Chairman. I'm not going to propose any amendments, but I don't particularly see it as being a good form as it currently is.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. No other members have indicated that they would like to speak, so can we go to the vote, please?
Chairman, may I just summarise before I move it? Would that be all right? Thank you. Just very briefly. Councillor Haynes has, I think, stretched the elastic on what this item is actually about, and I understand that. And as I said in September, there will be a time to revisit what the council's structural arrangements are and what committees there are, and Councillor Orme made reference to that a bit earlier. With regard to this item, the issue is this: simply because Councillor Eden has become non-aligned, the Liberal Democrats have lost a seat on planning. Councillor Jenks came off, and that's where the vacancy is. It's a straightforward matter. The council will obviously be looking at the whole of the committee structure again, because of the decision to create a new committee, and when that comes back, and of course we have the annual meeting presumably in May, no reason to think it wouldn't be, so these will be looked at again. So what we're looking at is, as is should be, the council having to make a decision about where a non-aligned member sits, and it's not a new seat on planning, it's in place of a Liberal Democrat member. To my mind, very straightforward, and I would encourage members to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Coulclough.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I was put my hand up to agree entirely with Councillor Haynes. I think he's been very patient waiting until May to have this decided, because if he put a proposition forward today, I would have seconded it. I think he's entirely right. I think it's all got to be looked at again. And I hope that the suggestion of 2 ONS committees comes up then, because I don't think we're all very happy about it, even if some of us are. So, you know, I'll wait till May along with Councillor Haynes, but I do support what he says.
Thank you, Councillor Cockcroft. Can we go to the vote now, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
For.
Councillor Bradford.
Against.
Councillor Bullivant. Councillor Bullivant.
For.
Councillor Colclough.
Abstaining.
Councillor Connett.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes.
Abstain.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Foden.
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
For.
Councillor Haynes.
Abstain.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
For.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Abstain.
Councillor Jenks.
For.
Councillor Keeling.
For.
Councillor Kerswell.
Abstain.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Malone.
Abstain.
Councillor Nutley.
For.
Councillor Nuttall.
For.
Councillor Orme. Councillor Orme. Councillor Patch.
Abstain.
Councillor Peart.
Abstain.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
For.
Councillor Purser. Councillor Purser.
For. Sorry.
Councillor Rollison.
For.
Councillor Russell.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
For.
Councillor Toom.
For.
Councillor Wrigley.
For.
Councillor John Petherick.
For.
That's carried, Chair.
Thank you. Item 14 on the agenda, waiver of 6-month councillor attendance rule. It's recommended that the council considers the request to extend Councillor Cook's period of office beyond the 6-month period of non-attendance provided for within section 8(5)(1) of the Local Government Act 1972 on the grounds of ill health for a period of 3 months to expire on the 30th of June. Members, Councillor Cook is a colleague of ours, and I hope that you will join me in giving her our support and empathy at this difficult time. Councillor Patch.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll echo that sentiment. And obviously, it's always sad to hear if a member is suffering from ill health in any way. And I would extend those sympathies to her and indeed her family. I have a couple of questions. Well, I have a number of points and questions, but firstly, some procedural questions. Has the councillor made a formal request for an extension to June of this 6-month period? And if so, why has that not been circulated to members? Secondly, this is obviously not a notice of motion, as I can see no proposer and supporters. It doesn't appear to be a recommendation of a committee. I just wondered, what's the how has this come onto the agenda? Has someone put this forward?
Chairman, if I can explain.
Yes, please.
So it wouldn't be a motion or indeed come through a committee. Any member of the council facing some circumstance in their life, whether it's a marital breakup or perhaps even prolonged absence because of a job, can apply to council for a leave of absence. That would be made to the proper officer or the chief executive, for want of a better description, and then that's placed on the council agenda, which is what's happened here. I wouldn't expect members to receive the letter, which may contain personal information. I've not seen the letter, but Councillor Cook has made the request, and it's before members today for their consideration.
Thank you very much. May I come on to my substantive points now that the procedural points have been addressed?
Sorry,
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, carry on, Councillor Patch.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chair. And again, I'll preface this with sort of sympathy and commiserations for the councillor. I just do wonder whether this request is being made really with the interests of the best interests of the councillor, Councillor Cook, and indeed with the interests of the residents of Kings Kerr as well, who, and let's not forget that the nature of this provision in the 1972 Act, Local Government Act, is to ensure that local residents do receive representation at council. So I just wonder the balance between the sort of been mindful of residents' interests, being mindful of Councillor Cook's best interests, balanced against might there be a need in the minds of Liberal Democrats to maintain a seat on the council in the name of the Liberal Democrats. I have questions in my mind about the balance of the motivations for this. That has been allayed to some extent now that we've heard that the request has been made by Councillor Cook and it's not an initiative by someone else within the Liberal Democrats. But still, I am concerned that this provision was put into law to ensure representation of local residents, and would a 3-month extension to sort of, I know just beyond May, the sort of when the local elections are the fellow sort of Lib Dems confident that come June, Councillor Cook will be in a position to be able to come back and fully represent her residents?
Councillor Patch, I'm not able to discuss Councillor Cook's sort of medical history with you because that's medical in confidence, but I'm confident that she will be returning in 3 months' time, yes.
As able to represent her residents?
Absolutely, yes. Yes. Councillor Linda Petherick.
We have a colleague now who needs our help and needs our support, and who's asked for an extra 3 months so she can recuperate and get back to full health. And I propose that we support this.
Thank you, Councillor Petherick. Would somebody like to second that proposal?
A second, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rolleston seconded. Councillor Bullivant.
Thank you. When one of our colleagues is ill, we deserve to give them the consideration and the care that those people need. And I'm pleased with the assurances from the chair of the council, plus the leader of the council, that Councillor Cook will return to her duties with a full recovery within 3 months, if that is given to her. And I therefore would be very happy to propose that we do give her 3 months to come back to this council.
It's been proposed already, Councillor Bullivant. Yes,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Well, I just wonder why it's on the agenda at all, Chairman, in the public arena like this. I just don't see any need for it whatsoever. We have had people who have been ill for various reasons. Certainly in the Conservatives, we've had some serious illnesses, and sadly, we've had deaths as well through illness. But we've never had to come through a committee to get permission to have them do that, and I just don't like that.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to emphasise perhaps on the position that Councillor Connaught has been particularly impartial on these issues and advised another councillor who'd received invasive surgery that they could also take a leave of absence for a period of time, and that person's not a member of the Lib Dem group. And I think it's important that we steer away from petty politicisation of this kind of issue when we're talking about a real individual here. You know, I'm just really looking forward to having Sheila back. And I think we should all support really her best efforts at getting well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Dawes. Councillor Dawes, you're muted or you're quiet.
Sorry, yes, I
That's
was
better.
quiet.
Excellent.
I'm back now. Sorry about that. Yes, I pass on my sympathies and hope that Councillor Cook will be able to come back and serve her residents. The reason it's on the agenda and we have to bother ourselves with that is because this is a democratic process and there is an absolute obligation for us to act in the best interest of the residents. Now, we have been reassured through this process that the likelihood is that Councillor Cook can make a full recovery and come back and represent the residents. So we are reassured by that. But just to brush it off and say we shouldn't be bothered with it is almost an affront to democracy. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Dawes. Councillor Malone.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I just think I don't think there's anything we can really debate here, is there? Because we don't have the knowledge of whether 3 months will bring an improvement or a diminution of her circumstances, and we can't know that. So it's very difficult to for us to have any meaningful debate. I think what there needs to be here is either a hard and fast rule on the 6 months, or a hard and fast rule that, you know, any reasonable reason given will always get the 3 months extension. What concerns me is that where there is that wiggle room, it may be extended to some people and not to others. And I think there should be somebody perhaps in charge of making a sort of value judgment on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Malone. So it's been proposed by Linda Petherick, Councillor Linda Petherick, and seconded by Councillor Rollison that we approve the recommendation. So can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
For.
Councillor Bradford.
Abstain.
Councillor Bullivant.
For.
Councillor Colclough.
For.
Councillor Connett.
For.
Councillor David Cox.
For.
Councillor Dawes.
Sorry, I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Foden.
For.
Councillor Goodman Bradbury.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jackie Hook.
For.
Councillor Jeffrey.
For.
Councillor Jenks.
For.
Councillor Keeling.
For.
Councillor Carswell.
For.
Councillor McGregor.
For.
Councillor Malone.
Abstain.
Councillor Nutley.
For.
Councillor Nuttall.
For.
Councillor Orme.
For.
Councillor Patch. Councillor Patch.
Abstain.
Councillor Peart.
For.
Councillor Linda Petherick.
For.
Councillor Purser.
For.
Councillor Rollison.
For.
Councillor Russell.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
For.
Councillor Toome.
For.
Councillor Wrigley.
For.
Councillor John Petherick.
For.
That's carried, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Sarah. Well, members, that concludes our marathon meeting for today, 4 3/4 hours. Hopefully, I'll see you all at the Members COVID Recovery Workshop on Friday the 26th. That's this Friday at 2 p.m. So look forward to seeing you all then. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye. Bye.